Okay, I think I got everything set up. Pop open the blood bowl. Onto the screen. Take a look at what we got. First round we got some Pro Elves. Got Danny player 1 versus Ornex's Golden. Everybody's favorite Frank to hope for fouls and death. Both of these are pretty decent players. Got Golden choosing to receive. Two babes and the fan factor. Nice. Replay was broken there for a second. Pretty standard rule of 5 setup. One spare player. I think personally, one sec. I think personally, I would set up a little bit wider here against Golden. If you set up some of your units just a little bit wider, you have more of a chance to wrap around on a blitz, on perfect defense. You force different setups. Rule of 5, the smiley face, the boat, whatever you want to call it, is decent for protecting your important units. But on this level of Pro Elves, you really only have 1 or 2 important units. So you can afford to go like four of your players on this row, spread out a bit wider, risk a little bit more. But that opens you up to winning the game easier if you can steal the ball, just because your units are in a better position to walk around the opposition in case of a blitz or something like that. But rule of 5 is also fine. It's not terrible. I'm going to switch to the offensive view. Extra team reroll, not bad. Hey, Quack Quackamo, how you doing? Ooh, that's exciting. I think I realized that, but didn't quite process it. Good line of scrimmage blocks. Nice standard punch taking. I like bringing this peasant forward to protect your blitzers. And I'm assuming this one comes to defend this blocker. Yeah. Okay, I like that. Very good. And Quackmo, I know I'm playing against your all's Norse team. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, as always, Ornex, good turn ordering, good blocks, good positioning. Going into columns already as pros. Columns are good for slowing down the opposition. The main thing to be aware of with columns, though... Oops. Pause right here. The main thing to be aware with columns is that it is a very passive defense, usually. Like, you can do a partial columns, like, you can have, like, commit 4 units just so they don't go down the right flank, say. But if you see right here, there's a weakness in the middle that the other team can just kind of get through just because the dodge failed. And if you're against a team that has a lot of guard or block skills or tackle, it can be very punishing to try to be in a column defense. Because let's say you're going against dwarves and they have guard spam, tackle spam. They can just base all your units and then punch them, any that don't manage to dodge away on the next turn. So starting column defense on the very first turn has potential to go poorly against better bash teams. And also, it doesn't really threaten the ball very much. Right here, you're just trying to prevent them from getting a positioning, so it's not bad here. Like, this is exactly how you deal with a column defense. Bring in the guard, they're basing all the elves they can. And they're pushing in. And the hope is that a dodge fails and they get extra punches next turn. This is 100% how you deal with this. Very well done. And, you know, that was well done as well. Going for the Hypno Gaze there. Rank 4 puts in work. Hypno Gaze is something most rookies won't have to deal with for a while, though, so I'm not going to cover that until I go over the vampire match I wanted to look at. But generally, just against a Hypno Gaze, you just need, like, one extra person in your screen. Uh-oh. Okay. That's unfortunate. That's a 1 in 36 GFI failure. But you still had units to use first. Do your counting, figure out where the ball's going. Right? So go 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. You can stand right here. And I think you're generally fine. Get them there, bring around your assist units, base, whatever you gotta do. Then move the ball. Just like zero dice rolls before you have to. Like anything that you know you're going to do, like any movement, get that done first. Because like it's not often that you fail the GFI on a reroll into a KO with your best player, but you know this happens, and everybody's gonna brain lapse and have it happen to them. That is the lesson of right now, because Ornex is a very good coach. Obviously, he's very, very impressive to me. But even he makes the mistake of just not taking the move action first. It happens to everybody, you know. It's easy mistake to make, easy mistake to correct. But it's very punishing when like this happens. So like, if Frank has been your star player before, it happens. Don't GFI ever. Yes, that is the message I'm sending. It looks like Golden might have been saved by another dodge failure. Ooh, double GFI? Okay. For the 3 die on the blodge. Or the 2 die on the blodge, not the 3 die. I apologize. Ball is loose. It's well done. All the block skills are nice. Tons of yelling because they're birds. Bringing up the screen. And if there are any college coaches in the chat, shout if you get lost on anything. I'll try to go over it in more detail. If I'm using a term you don't understand, that's what I'm here for. Unfortunately, I was not very diligent in finding a co-caster this week. Or a co-mentor, as it will. But next week, I should have plenty of people to reach out to. And I'll get ahead on it early this time. So I'll have more than just myself and my very biased views on the game. Oh wow, another KO. Non-mighty blow, random KO. Blodge sidestep standing down there. I don't think that's super greedy. No tackle in range. Not able to get a 2-die assist. Can probably come mark with more players. Sack is definitely going to happen, though. But this is decent odds that they don't go down. You have to roll a PAL on 1 dice. 1 in 6 with a reroll. Like it's good odds of... I like the stall. I like the stall. Because even if the ball goes down, I don't think the ball gets free. For the birds. Ooh. 4+ dodge with a reroll. Into a 2-die sack. Didn't use the reroll. Finds the POW. Gets rewarded for 4+ dodge. And that's one of those... That's a number crunch situation, because that was a 4+ dodge with a GFI, I think. Nope, no GFI. Okay. And this is a scary position for the ball to be in. But I think the only player in range is the Hypnogazer, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Technically, this catcher is in range. Technically. 1, 2, 3. But it's hard. So, what I would be considering here is take Eldril, Hypnogaze, go for... And I have a pen tool for this reason. Where's my pen tool? Okay, there it is. But you take Eldril, and this is after taking all your blocks and movement that you need to. Come here, Hypnogaze, and if that succeeds, you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's double GFI with a reroll and a pickup on a 2+ with a reroll. And a 1 in 36 dodge. This is high likelihoods of working. And I hope that's what we see here. Hypnogaze. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Good spot. By Danny. Into the score. You know, this is the problem with Danny's games and Ornex's games, is I don't have much to say about them. They they play super solid, and I don't have anything to say. I'm just here like, oh yes, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Spectacular. Wonderful. I need to start making up criticism. Like that was just brilliant. Just skip to the next one. Honestly, like I might just have to look for some less immaculate play, because all that happened in that last half was not using the movement of his other pieces first by Danny, and that got him punished into losing the ball. Yeah, the Frank GFI was also deservedly punished. But if he had moved his other units around, you know, his other players, I don't think he would have been punished nearly as badly. And this is one of the pitfalls of the Rule of 5, though. I will harp on Rule of 5 more. You give up a lot of space on the sidelines. And especially if they only have a couple turns to score, your opponent can really aggressively come down the sideline, make some big screens, and try to score that way. So right here, Frank is a monster. Like, even as elves, I would be going a Chevron here, just because you had to prevent the score for just a couple turns. Chevron exposes more pieces, but there's not really many pieces on this elf team that we care about. But then again, you know, trying to defend a score against Frank is really hard. Agility 4, Strength 4. Like, he's a super vampire. 8 movement vampire. Just absolute beauty of a piece. Like, yeah, look at this. Look at these screens. Yeah, you know, Thanos did get murdered. Thanos was an amazing pro blitzer. Yeah, you know, it's a mystery what happened. We may never know. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Should just be 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, This should be an easy score. Like, Golden already has a deep positioning into the enemy half. Just wrap around the elves. Or base them all and go through. Good use of guard. Getting people trapped in this little T-shape. Back to here. Getting people trapped in this little T-shape with double guard puts you at a massive advantage because they get no assist from each other, and each of your guard players gets 1 assist. I very much like that. Boat defense is very good for defending 5 players, and that's what it's got going for it. Like, you know, it's great if you have hypermobility. Like, if you've got 4 gutter runners, boat defense is great. If you've got 5 developed pro elf players, boat is great. But here, Danny's pros only have like 1 or 2 very developed players. They can go for a much more aggressive defense, if that makes sense. And is a good skill. Yeah, Fend is a great skill. That forced a double GFI. That I wouldn't agree that you wouldn't voluntarily take it, but then again, that's because I have Fend on a Beastman on my Chaos team. I think it's just that the opportunity cost of taking Fend over other things is a little bit high. It's one of those, you know, Claw is a great skill, but block is better. Also, I think you could take it on. I think you could take Fend on several Norse linemen and for the line of scrimmage and be very happy with it. But I haven't played much Norse, and like skilling up Norse linemen doesn't sound like a priority because they're cheap and they've got block. They're really good loners. It's amazing to me that this is only the first half. Skip setup a little bit. I don't hate this setup. This is like a bit of a modified Chevron that defends Frank. I don't hate this. Yeah, this should be a one-turner attempt. There are some guides on Fumble. I'm sure there are other guides elsewhere. Oh wait, was that a one turn? Sidestep here. That's what A movement needs 3 pushes. Sidestep. Sidestep. No, this was a good one-turn attempt. I take it back. This looked right. I'm pretty sure that had all the pushes it needed. Having talked to him, yeah. Honestly, Danny, you have an amazing one-turn piece right here. There are plenty of guides that are made by people much smarter than me at the pushing. There are fumble guides. You can ask for specifics with your team. Like, you can set up a hot seat friendly just to practice it. It's definitely something you should learn. And you could be like me. What I do is, I have this nifty little pen tool. During setup, I'm just drawing pushes. Figuring out who I need to hit where in what order. Like, I legit just use my pen tool in setups. And it's one of those things, it gets easier the more you do it, but the first couple times you definitely need a little bit of outside resources. I don't hate this setup either. 2 blockers on the line is rather aggressive, though. I think that if you're gonna put 2 blockers on the line rather than the linemen, you can almost just go for a power line of scrimmage and put even more guard there. But I don't hate this setup. It is a little weak on the sides, though. So what's bound to happen, what we'll probably see here, Pro Elves rush down the flank with the blitz and just push into the side, yeah. And what the Pro Elves want to happen here, I'm fairly certain this is what I would do, is if the Pro Elves can get behind the Bretonnians and just basically perform an elf defense deep in the opponent's half and just stall out a couple turns. Because if you score really early, Frank is a scoring machine. So you need to find a way to stall, whether that's hanging back with your thrower a little bit, or getting into the enemy half and screening off and basing up like he's doing. Elves failing 2-ups, as it goes. Ornex learning from his recent mistakes, taking movement actions first. Oh, that's very good removal. Hi, Poikers. Catching a little bit of your match. If the replay becomes available, I'll check it out myself. Or you can, if you know how, you can send me the replay file. Because I am very excited to go over your match if you want me to. Good job. Losing 0-1 to Rats isn't bad. You get dice. Never your fault. There you go. That's the spirit. That's the Blood Bowl way. No. Somebody get a spray bottle. And here we see Danny actually is adopting a wider position to slow down the enemy offense. Like, this is great. This is what Danny should have done at the end of the last half. He might have been able to be up a point. What are you trying to figure out with Twitch bots? Yeah, replay files are okay. We'll have a quick demonstration, right? So if you want me to go over your match today, let me show you real quick. So go to Files, and it'll be under Documents, Blood Bowl 2, Profiles. Should be one of those replays, and it should be the most recent file in that. So, Documents, Blood Bowl 2, Profiles, something, Replays, Replay file. And if you send that to me on Discord, I'll be able to go over it. Ooh. And here, I love when things I'm talking about get to pop up. Because right here, yeah, replay.bbr. It's a text file is all it is. So if you just DM me that, I'll go over it. I can even go over it after this game. It would be my first college look at. But yeah, this wider positioning allows attacks on both flanks. It forces the enemy to spread themselves out on offense. And here we can either Hypno-Gaze run through, we can Blitz run through, we can do both. I like this a lot. Also, I know I have the fade in every time I'm going from share screen to streaming just the application. Is that bothering anybody? Do I need to turn the fade in off when I'm doing the spotlights? As long as it's not like egregious, it's fine. If I need to turn the timer for the fade in, that's also something I can do. Just like to get the feedback every now and again when I'm thinking of it. The main thing I have to say is, if you're going to blitz this, you don't need to Hypno-Gaze it. It's my main thought. And also, you could have taken a little bit more movement before taking this 3+2+ dodge. But that's also not egregious. Yeah, he might have changed his mind midterm. And that's a good thing to recognize as well. A lot of commentary on these games will be not taking into account frustration, mental fortitude during a game. Because, Blood Bowl is tiring, especially, your second half, turn 13 through 16. your brain could be dead from a lot of the decision making you've already made. So do try to remember that, yeah. And we don't get, in the replay, we don't see the time they're taking thinking on it. Because this could be easily an hour and 10 minutes into a game with 4-minute turns. So Tiger Elf is 100% right on all this. Okay, we got Eldril doing Eldril things. I would have gone ahead and gone for the Hypnogaze. There's no downside to Hypnogazing. Because what happens is, if you Hypnogaze and the Blitz fails, Frank is no longer giving an assist for any Blitzer until he's activated. So always Hypnogaze. I'm pretty sure you didn't. Yeah, always Hypnogaze. Assuming you didn't take a Blitz action or yada 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 that prevents the Hypnogaze. Poikus, if you're still here, you need to... You need to upload the actual file from the profile section. But if you can't figure it out, that's fine. I'll see if the replay will be available on Discord in a little bit. Blocking a player into a move doesn't break Hypno. I believe so. Let's look at Hypno real quick. I'm fairly certain. Excuse me. No, it's until he is activated, he is Hypnogazed. I believe you can Hypnogaze on the ground, but I don't think there's a purpose to that. Out of rerolls on the Pro Elves, that's rough. Almost got the ball down. This is the forced sloppy stuff that I love to see. Because of the aggressive Pro Elfing, the Bretonnians don't have a nice, beautiful cage because they didn't have the pieces in the right position to do so. Like, this is not a knock on Ornyx. This is Pro Elves doing their job of making everything difficult. Getting a rest piece in position. Facing up the rest of the cage. Absolutely, absolutely. Because honestly, the ball is most vulnerable when it's not on Frank. So, as elves, you're generally looking to attack the ball before it's in a cage, and or while it's on the ground. Because once a stronger team than you gets the ball in a cage, everything is much more difficult for you. And like here where you got the blitz, you almost managed to just get the ball and be 3-1 up. That was unfortunate. Everything else was base, so there weren't really many other actions you could take before that. Now Frank is gone. He's so fast. Mighty Blow doing its job. Armor 7 doing what it's designed to do and break. And we should see an attempted several turns stall here. You got to be careful though. This wrestle piece can still get the ball down on 2 dice, 2 red dice. I mean, because red dice with a block skill is better than slightly better than a 3+ die roll. So this wrestle piece is in range of Frank. That's a 3+ to get the ball on the ground. Or not get the ball on the ground, but to not fail, be basing the ball, be close to getting it. Taking the bonk instead of the wrestle works when you have more armor, usually. Yeah, this is a very good position. Ball should come back the other way. Blitz should be on this elf. Eldril's gonna get smacked. All these wonderful, wonderful things that happen to pros. I would have repositioned the ball first. This is all good. Like to see all this stuff. I was on the ground. Now, I think in this position, it's very hard for the Pro Elves to do anything at this point. They're out of rerolls. They're running out of pieces. They have to chase... Ooh. I think I would have stalled another turn. Might be a little greedy, but I think I would have stalled another turn. Unless you're going for the win. If you're going for the win, that's the right decision. Because the safe line of play is stalling a couple more turns, score on turn 16, bing bang pow, take the 2-2 draw. You're going for the win, you score that turn, and you go for the steal. How many KOs did we get back? All 4, because double babes. Double babes, good skill. Get up here. It looks like Danny also got a blitz. Or, not Danny. Ornex also got a blitz. And it looked like Pro Elves were setting up to score quickly. Potentially a one-turner. I don't think this was bad setup. I think it's sometimes you got to take a risk that a blitz happens if you want to win the game. And I think that, blitz happens. I don't actually know how the score of this game ended up. I can't remember if it was 2-2 or 3-2 in some way, shape, or form. Tie up the elves, go for the ball. Now, the most important thing about this situation is, one, prevent the score. Second most important thing, try to get a scoring threat. Because if you have a scoring threat in a bad position, you might score. If you don't have a scoring threat, you can't score. So steal is a good skill. Hypnogaze is a good skill. This is the moment where Ornex looked at the skill description. Oh, that happens, you know. It's easy to forget about at times too. I think I saw this game live, actually. I think I was part of that watching party. But, it's also really funny to me, because both Danny and Ornex have asked me to go over this game. Separately. And I forgot that Danny had already asked me. So when Ornex asked me, I was like, yeah, I'll cast that. Sure. It's already on the sheet. Yeah, that was Nerve Steel, good skill. Yeah, defend the end zone. Go for one-turners, all that shenanigans. Whatever. Okay. High kick, yada yada. I'm pretty sure. I think that Ornex could have set up for a one-turner. He's got an agility 4, movement 8. I think he could have set up for a one-turner. So Ornex, learn how to one-turn with the movement 8. Same advice that I'm gonna give that I'd gave to Danny earlier. Learn the one-turners because it won't be relevant every game. But the games it's relevant, the games it wins you, it's massive. He's an SPP. Don't care about the die rolls here. Let's go on to double check my sheet. My sheet. That game does not have the match replay available yet. That one I believe I've already downloaded, so we'll close out of that. Next up, barring anything else, is proper poutine. versus the Great Beyond. Now, this one I wanted to look at for the novelty of a vampire team in Minors. This should be vampires versus Necro. Now, to go over real quick for those who don't know, vampires have the Hypnogaze, just like Eldril, Bloodlust, and Agility 5 is great on a vampire because Hypnogaze is an agility roll. So having an Agility 5 vampire means they have to roll a 2+ on a Hypnogaze rather than a 3+. So this vampire team has two really good vampires on it. Now, I must warn everybody, I am no expert when it comes to Necro, and I am a vampire casual. I just play them in clans, so I have a little bit of experience on them, but I'm no Hayati. Got a kick throw, we got a dirty player throw, like both those. 3 vampires, 4 rerolls, all pretty standard looking. The skills on some of the vampires are a little... You would be contested by other vampire coaches on the strong arm. You'd be contested on the nerves of steel, but that's also partially a personal thing, and I don't really feel the need to. I'm not going to challenge it, but I will say that the standard vampire skills are dodge and block, first 2 skills, unless you roll stats. And then, after you have blodge, that's when they specialize a little bit. But block and dodge in some order of some sort. And having 1 killer vampire is also great. So block, mighty blow, tackle, that's pretty standard. And then he can go blodge. He can get the dodge. He can go sidestep. He can do a lot of stuff. Let me double check something real quick. How do you stop an Agi 5 vamp? You punch it. You get it on the ground and you foul it. There are 2 of them, but only one of them has block, neither have dodge. We have 2 werewolves. And they have to... here's an issue already. Here's a big issue. Before going to pick up the ball, bring a thrall right next to the ball. Because if this vampire bloodlust, that's bad. If the vampire bloodlust and you still attempt to go pick up the ball without a throw next to it, and you walk over, you fail the pickup, this vampire's off the field and you turn over. So always bring a thrall or change where you're putting the vampire. Like if you're not going to put a thrall here, he's failed the pickup. He has to go somewhere else. Go eat the loner thrall. But that's something that wasn't punished here. That can be punished in the future. Vamps are hard, but they're interesting. Also, Poikus, it looks like you tried to send me the right thing, but you had to actually like upload the file on Discord. I'm not sure if you're familiar with how to do that. Like you should be able to click and drag it into the DM from your documents. Vamps are the easiest quote-unquote stunty team, but only after they've developed. I think that vampires start out as somewhat of a meme, just because they're less consistent than Baby Chaos, but then they develop into an actual team. With the possibility of still rolling ones on all the bloodlust and losing your team anyways. But I've seen Hayati win a game with like 3 players before. Vampires at 2000 TV is where you want to be. Starting with too many vamps and activating them all every turn is the pitfall. But I personally like a 4 vampire start myself. It just takes a lot of restraint and a little bit of good dice your first couple of games until you get some skills. Because once you get innate rerolls on things, once you get block, once you get dodges, and vampires have built-in rerolls, then you can start rerolling Bloodlust, and having more vampires is better. Sending you to Chrome. What? What do you mean it's sending you to Chrome? After going through this game, I will show you how to do it. Or if somebody else is able to help you, that's also great. But after this game, I will help you out. No, it's no problem. I'm so excited to cast one of the college games. You don't understand. I'll look so much wiser when there's newer players. This is good. Always have your thralls available first. Or at least, when you're playing Vamps, if you haven't moved a thrall to where you want to do your action, you just had to change your action. You had to change what you're doing. How do you say that? Olia Crunch? Welcome to the learning tree. And again, I'll repeat it since you're new. If I ever use a term that you don't understand, feel free to ask. That's why I'm here. Coconut, if you feel like you could be of benefit for fundamentals, absolutely sign up. Absolutely. I signed up when I was in minors. I played a bunch of spins during college, and I feel like my mentee got a lot out of it. He's still hanging around asking me for advice. I think you'd be fine. Especially when you mentor, you get a lot better at explaining things in a concrete manner, and it makes you a better player yourself. So if you're thinking about it, I would just go ahead and sign up. Worst thing that can happen is they say, nah, you're not good enough. No, they won't say that. They'll say, you're not experienced enough. Get another season under you, and then you can be a mentor. So I'll go ahead and sign up. Oh. Regen's good skill. Now, Chaos, good team. Not a low TV though, but if you really are trying to learn, like, I think that Chaos is an okay starting team. Orcs are good. Dark Elves are good for new players. And those are the general recommendations. I think most people wouldn't say Chaos, but I would. Now, the problem with the vampire positioning is that they're all bunched up. They don't have... They don't have much space to work with, okay? So I'm going to try and demonstrate this. Basically, these players are base, they don't count. There's a lot of space here that the Necro are able to get into. Doesn't really help. But like the vampires only really control this little bit of space. And even then there's punches available. So this is a thing that I see happen a lot is a lot of newer players may focus really hard on getting this nice X cage going, which defends the ball. But on teams like Vampires, on Chaos, you're not really able to advance the cage very far with this method. And they have a lot of distance to go. All the Necro has to do, they set up some screens, they blitz your cage, they wrap around you, they get all annoying. Whenever you can, I advise trying to learn how to set up screens for defense. Keep your ball a little bit further back. And once you have a little bit of positioning and know which way you're going, then bring the ball up and try to put it in a cage. But that's a little bit of a higher level stuff. So depending on how skilled you are, just getting into a cage and balling up is fine. But I generally recommend trying to gain control of space. Here again, like the last game, you want to take a lot of your movement actions before taking blocks and throwing dice. Because movement actions cannot fail. Take things that don't take a dice roll. This is good. Especially on killers, once you take your blitz, you want to move your important piece back a little bit, put your own player behind a screen. So this werewolf is protected from the vampire blitzer. Now, I will say, vampire offense is their weakest point. Vampires are terrible on offense. So take criticism with that in mind. Like, vampire offense is hard. Vampire defense is where it's at. That's unfortunate. Down one throw so far? It's not bad. Alright, I got your replay, by the way. I believe. That should be right. Necro are doing a good job, taking their blocks, face up the ball, make everything difficult. Fouling a vampire with dirty player. I don't hate that. Oh, you got a touchdown with the Chaos Warrior? That's great. That's great. Was that a part of a... Was that in CCL or was that in Spin League? Was that a part of Rebbl? Now, here, I definitely would have... You want to move this Thrall first. If you Bloodlust before finishing your action, your Vampire didn't really have anywhere to go. He would have just came over here, Bloodlusted, and not been able to do anything. Because an important thing to note is, if you Bloodlust, and you do not bite a Thrall, you cannot pass the ball, you cannot hand off the ball. Pretty basic stuff going on here. Sending the werewolf up to chase the vampire. Very good. Another thing to do against vampires is when a vampire is in scoring range, base the Thrall, yeah. Because if you base the Thrall, the vampire Bloodlust, they have to re-roll the Bloodlust, or else they can't score. If a vampire Bloodlust and gets into the end zone, they had to bite a Thrall, or else they get sent off still. Oh, you're sitting in reserves. Good, good. I recommend using Rebbl's Spin League as well. It's very good for casual games. There's a lot of new players playing spins all the time. And if you want, you can even play with some more experienced coaches. Look for a spin. It's very good. Highly recommend. And everybody's very friendly in Spin League. It's less stressful than playing, say, CCL or the Eternal League. Okay, decent score. And okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. Scoring on vampire offense, good job. Now vampires are on their favorite part of the game, playing defense, able to cage dive with 2+ hypno gazes. Looks like we're going for rule of 5, which is fine. Going teacups, maybe? How do you get into the Spin League? Are you part of the Rookie League server? If so, if you ask in either the Blood Bowl chat, the Beer Hall chat, help I need an admin, ask someone there and they'll be able to help you. Or DM me, Russell Chambers, and I can help you after I'm done streaming. But if you ask in one of those 3 chats, help I need an admin, Beer Hall, or the Blood Bowl general chat, you should be able to get help. Because you just have to put in a bot command, it'll give you a role, and then you can be able to do that sort of stuff. Yeah, this is like a modified rule of 5. Vampires are safe, that's fine. I think more often than not, I end up doing like a vampire chevrons. So I end up going like something like this. I didn't turn on the drawing tool, but I didn't show anything important either. Haha. This is a interesting map. Interesting match. I'm not good enough at Necro to give much critique or praise either. Okay. At this point, what I think you want to do as a vampire, as the vampires, is you want to try and get rid of this werewolf if you can, because he's really the main scoring threat here. Good hit. Regen failed. Good hit. Keeping a vampire back to act as a blitzer. And depending on where the ball goes, we'll be able to talk about a proper cage dive. Oh, why is he the main scoring threat? This werewolf is the main scoring threat right here because he's the only person really able to get into scoring range. He's got movement 8, so he can come down to around here. I'll bring out the drawing tool. This werewolf, before getting punched, was able to come down around here. Yes, I'm winning. I'm playing. I'm drawing on the screen, and I have not given up a single point tonight. Yeah. Granted, I'm not the coach playing in any of these games, but yes, doing very well. But yeah, as I was saying, werewolf is able to come down and being in scoring range. All the other players on the Necro team are too slow to get into scoring range easily. And in this position. Like, this white, he's movement 6. He would have to go around and down. He could get down to, like, right around here. He would have to take 4 GFIs to score. Essentially. Because with 2 turns, he's movement 6. 13 squares to the end zone. So he's one zone in. Yeah, just everybody's too slow. Werewolf's the only one fast enough. And when someone's on the ground, they lose 3 squares of movement. Yes. This werewolf will not be able to make it to the end zone. He's only got 2 turns. And he's like 20 squares away. So if the werewolves had like 3 turns to score from here, that werewolf could score. But with only 2 turns, he just doesn't have enough movement. One, 2, 3, 4, 13, 12, 11, 10. Yeah, this wolf is now in scoring range, right here. This is scoring range for the wolves. Because wolves are movement 8, 2 plus 2 GFIs, 10 squares. He's got to move exactly 10 squares. So this wolf is the only one able to score right now. So in this position, you don't have to hit the ball. You had to hit the wolf. And the best part is you don't actually have to hit the wolf here to stop the score. Something you can do is you can come hit this unit right here. Whenever you hit a unit and all the squares it could be pushed to are filled with other players, you cause a chain push. So hitting diagonally, you can go to this square, or this square. All 3 of those squares are occupied. So you get to choose a chain push target, pick the wolf, move him back a square, and now the Necros can't score. Or you can punch the werewolf. Both of those work. Yep, that gets rid of the scoring threat. Very good defense by the vampires. Wow, I'm struggling with words today. How you doing, Doug? Great to see you. Is that the dirty player? It is. It is the dirty player. Good foul at the end of the drive. Very good foul. And Doug is in minors this season. You're still playing your Champions of Archaon, right? Your Chaos team? This is a very good blitz, very good surf. Ruinous Power. I'm thinking of someone else then. Who's Champion of Archaon? Hadjuk. Ah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. I knew you played Chaos because you've kicked my mentee's ass a couple times. Yeah, okay. That's what it was. Thank you. Good defense. I will just say, after the blitz, if you moved your vampire one square, could have defended against the surf, but it didn't end up getting punished. Fortunately for you. 8 players. Is this 8 players or 9 players? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 players on the Necro team. Keep in mind, normally against Necromantics, Undead, Khemri, you will not be able to out-attrition them. Because of their regen, because they usually have spare players. Usually, Necro are going to be at 11 players and you have to deal with it. If you ever out-attrition them, it is a very fortunate game for you. So, this game is going very well for the vampires. I don't hate the setup either. Just I'm going to praise this defensive setup a little bit. Instead of having these two thralls back in the smiley face protected, they're forwards and out a little bit, which provides more coverage of the sidelines. Because these thralls don't need to be protected. They have no skills. And this one's nickeled, right? Like, I really like, they're still close to the vampires. Still available. I like this. I might steal something like that. Absolutely, I'll plagiarize. And I'll forget who did it, so I won't even be able to give credit. If I forget that it's stolen, it's not plagiarism. This is your defensive setup? This is my defensive setup. I dreamed about it. Ooh. Ooh. Hold the phone. My wife just came with food. Oh, she's my favorite. I have received Taco Bell. I was not ready for Taco Bell. I have received it. This is a very good wolf. Jody 4 wolves are crazy. My dad threw cheese at me mid-match. There you go. How you doing, Bazik? That's why the rats won. I like not re-rolling that. Don't want to re-roll. It's got several turns to go still. I think that's just a vanity for the level, right? For the new coaches that don't know. Oh no! Can we hear the taco? I'm sorry. I'll mute myself when I'm going to eat. But for the new coaches that might not know, if you throw an accurate pass that is caught in the square it was thrown to, then the player that threw the pass gets 1 star player point. So that seemed funky and unnecessary. It was agreed reroll. It was agreed for a level up. Yeah, Taco Bell's a good time. I don't often get fast food, so this is like it's more of a treat for me. I think Necro are going for the draw since they're down 4 players. If they were going for the win, they would have already scored, I think. Or they would have already attempted to score. But going for the draw here is fine. I think that against vampires, going against their offense isn't bad. Get the level up. Everybody's happy. Oh. I do think that even if this GFI succeeded, the werewolf is in a very bad spot because they just get hit by this vampire, or they get 3-died by a tackle piece. So I think coming here would be very greedy, even if he was standing. Because you're basically just saying, I'm hoping that he survives a 2-die block with a reroll. Which, not terrible odds, except for the fact that there's a tackle piece over here. That takes a 2+ dodge into a... What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 2+, 2 die? Oh, don't worry, Coconut. Your game is on the list. We're gonna look at Poiku's match if we got the right file. We're gonna take a look at Poiku's match because I want to get a college game on the VOD. Then I think you're next in the list. Oh, is it actually up on there? Ah, it is. Okay. So we do have his VOD regardless of anything. Wonderful. Thank you, Tiger Elf. Thanks for assisting. Does Rebbl get it almost instantly? I think what happened was the college page actually isn't up yet. And I don't know the name of Poiku's team. Yeah, that's fair. That's all it was then. Oh, you went to sign. Oh, that's crafty. There you go. There you go. Next week after rollover, college should be a lot easier to find. Alternatively, you can click on the match results in the Discord, and it'll pop up the Goblin Spy page. But no, you can't go to college right now. It's blank. Last time I checked. Yeah, it's blank. How smart do you feel now? I just checked. It works for minors. That's how I get the matches for minors. Is links to the Rebbl.net. But my college is blank. Wait, season 15 isn't season 14 for some reason? What? Anyways, Rebbl.net is a great site. I love it. Now, I just know that I've not really been saying anything about these turns. These turns are wild. I think a lot of the advice you give in this situation is don't get into this situation to both coaches. There you go. And then you go stand next to the ball. Yeah, there you go. Oh, pick up the ball. That's fine too. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Bring the vamp down. Yeah, I like this. This is good. Bring the thrall down even. Protect against the, oh, he failed the blows. Never mind. Don't bring the thrall down. You have a double GFI with the Flesh Golem, technically. Could also just go for the Werewolf. Or that Werewolf, that works too. Yeah, this is good. Okay, that was a good catch. Magna Hands. Vampires have to blitz here. Get a little lucky. Follow up. And that should tie the game unless something terrible happens for the Necro coach. Now, that was a good way of doing things. Take the blitz, just dodge out in the 1 in 36. But no, actually, never mind. What I was about to suggest was bad. Now, you can set up for a 1-turn, you can set up for a riot. Here. I'd say set up for a riot, and then if that fails, take punches and take your 1 SPP from a pass. That's about it. Like, I would even set up a 3 dice. And don't worry, we're going to talk about 3 dices during Poikiz's match, because I saw multiple scenarios where he could have made some 3 dice. But 3 dice are not super intuitive. We went over one of your matches first. It was a lot of, wow, Ornyx and Danny are such good players. Wow, I love everything they do. Wow, why would you not take your movement actions first? But I believe... Didn't you also put your other match on the list? Yeah, we have another match of yours tonight if I have the energy and the time. Completions. So how many passes you threw that got caught? What are you asking, Ornyx? What from yours? Yeah, the one from today, I think it was. Versus... Yeah, versus Final Lap. Alright, let's see. That was a decent game. That was unfortunately, I don't have much advice on Necro. I gave a little bit of advice on vampires. But I definitely, I'm going to have a week where I have Hayati on, and he can give much better advice than I can. But let's see. I need to double check that I have the replay file. Should. Yep. That over there. I need to restart my client real quick. Just take a second, just to make sure it gets loaded in. Reopen Blood Bowl. Entertain us with trivia while the game loads. Okay. Fun fact. Russell Chambers has 22 games, according to Spike, on Chaos. He only has one team he's played more than Chaos. What team is it? If you guessed Ogres, you are unfortunately correct. I have played way too many Ogre games. I have played 26 games of Ogres. All but 2 of them are in leagues. Yeah. Don't ask about the win rate. It's not good. But alright. We have 50 Shades of Dane versus Ratatouille, but rats. 26 games of Ogres doesn't make or break a man. It just makes him not want to play Ogres. Yeah, Karma, I'm still at it. Karma, if you're up to it, you can join me. If you got energy yourself, hop in a call. Give you 5 minutes? Okay. 1 sec. Are you in the Rebbl press? I think you are. I'm just gonna get to where you can just hop right in. I'll go into Rebbl Press Corps. Should you hop into a call? But no. I'm getting my buddy Karma. He's the first person I ever co-casted some games with, and he just popped in the chat. So if he's wanting to join, he's more than welcome to. I'm not opposed to you hopping in, but don't feel pressured. Hey, Karma, how you doing? You're actually joining for the very first college match I've ever gone over. But, you know, it's easier to hear you if I unmute the Discord in Twitch Studio.
No, I don't think so.
Is that better? Does he sound alright now, guys?
Karma is always invisible.
There we go. But I'm going to be streaming my actual screen to you, Karma, because there's times where I'm using my pen tool. But you can also open up the game through some sort of link or something if you want to or need to.
Oh no, that's fine.
We're going to be going over some basics. We're going to be going over some other stuff for Poikuza's The Theme Tinkerer's first game, which, from what I saw, he was doing pretty good before I started my stream, but he ended up losing the match.
So
we're also going to try and give some advice for the rats. I'm a little less experienced with rats, but in future weeks I'm going to try and have Frodo on. Frodo B, if you guys don't know, is a good rat player.
Very, very good at that, yes.
But we're going to try and focus more on fundamentals rather than big meta thought-thinking things. And we're going to be gentle because this is a college game, and this is the first college game of the divisions.
And I can only give advice at how to die as rats.
Well, we're going to be going to the level of how to do 3 dies.
Oh, yeah. But not with rats, but how to avoid 3 dies. And I think we have the first thing here that you don't want to do as rats, and that is leaving your storm vermin on the line to get punched.
Yes. This is a very good point. I'm going to go to... we're not going to go to Addisco because this is college and some people might not know.
Yep.
On defense, you don't want to put your most valuable storm vermin on the line because they're liable to get smacked and killed. You just want to put 3 line rats on the line here.
Because that's what they are there for.
Yes.
Taking punches.
And a little bit more, you want to try to defend the gutter runners a little bit. You want to put them behind a screen. Like, you can expand these line rats out a little bit. And protect your gutters, protect your storm vermin. That's about it. Offensively, this looks fine. The Ulfs are a little far out. I think that what I would have done, just a very minor note, just move the Ulfs to right here. Concentrate your strength a little bit. Besides that, this all looks fine.
They have
on the offense.
They have movement 6, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I think that's totally fine to put them on the flanks to maybe get a good early blitz in, depending on how you want to, how the ball falls and how you get the ball. So I think it's quite good to have them on the flanks for the first blitz.
I think that it's okay to have them on the flanks, but just put them in the position where the berserkers are. Move the berserkers in 1 or 2. And they'll be doing the jobs that the berserker is currently doing of protecting against a blitz kickoff.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
But also, you don't really want to use the Ulfs in your first game as Norse very much, except as a positioning piece, because they don't have block, and Norse only start with 2 rerolls in this setup. That is something to keep in mind as well. Let's see how this goes. We got a high kick.
I myself didn't start with a Yeti, so I had some money to spare.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Taking your 2 die blocks first. Now, here, we're going to focus on a lot of fundamentals. The first things you want to do in a turn are make sure the ball is covered. Step 1. Is the ball covered? Ball is fine where it is. Ball is pretty safe. Step 2. Move any player you're going to move anyways. So if no matter what, you're going to move, say you're going to move this Ulf, no matter what. Move him first. Because movement does not take a dice roll. And you want to limit your dice rolls to the essentials at the start of your turn.
Yes.
After you get your movement in, after the ball is safe, take your 2 die blocks with block. So take this block. Take this block. Yeah, and not moving a lot here is fine. That's perfectly acceptable. But this is just a general note. This is not a this turn criticism. So get your movement in, get your screens up. Screening is just when you have pieces between each other to cover distance. I shouldn't use the green. The green's terrible there. But screens are when you have tackle zones up to two tile distance between players. And that gives you just zone of control everywhere. Screens are very good at controlling space. And yes, Bazik is making a great point here. Generally on the line of scrimmage, you want to block diagonally. I'm going to reposition the camera real quick. On the line of scrimmage, you want to block diagonally. So let's ignore the strength of players. When you hit diagonally, like right here, if you only get a push, the player is able to get hit by the next person in the line. So blocking diagonally basically is giving you a free chance at getting the player down again. So blocking diagonally, very good if you're going for damage. Furthermore, you want to save your Yeti as basically the last action on your turn if you can, because he's got no block skills and he's got loner. So if he gets like a both down, you don't want to re-roll that hit because there's a 50% chance that the re-roll just gets eaten. Do you have anything to add to that, Karma?
No, I'm totally with you there.
Okay, I know I'm talking like at length. I don't want to not give you a chance to chime in if you have anything to say.
Totally okay. Totally okay. I'll add anything if I find anything to add.
Okay.
Yep,
now, just real quick, I'm going to...
says it again. So often you don't want your unreliable big guy in the center.
Yes. Unless he's just going to stand there, then it's fine.
Disturbing presence can be nice to have in the middle of the field, at least at the beginning, because most of the passes and stuff in early games are either at the end of the pitch where it doesn't even matter, or over the middle to reposition the ball for 1 turn, 2 turn, or something like that.
Yes. There was one other thing I wanted to add. It's on the tip of my tongue. It was another basic thing just to say at the beginning of the match so that I can just say, yes, 3 dice, 3 dice, 3 dice. Oh yeah, it was 3 dice. So, just real quick, I want to go over how 3 dice work. So, if you have less strength than the opponent, and you take a block against them, you get 2 red dice. That's pretty standard. If you have the same strength as the opponent, you get 1 die block. If you have 1 more strength than the opponent, or more, you get a 2 die block. You can develop 3 die blocks if you have 2 times plus 1 on strength than the opponent. So those numbers are very important. So with big guys are the ones you see most commonly do it. Big guy, 5 strength. In order to get a 3-die block against a rat, normally, you need 2 assists. And if you are unaware, assists are whenever you have another player next to him that is unmarked by the enemy. So, you can find all the squares where somebody could stand and be only next to the player you're attacking.
Let's go with opponent, not with the enemy, because we're playing this game against each other, but together. And enemy sounds so hateful.
Yeah. Fair. But
I
so
always make this
if you have the
mistake.
Yeti block, 2 assists, that'll be a 3-die block. Besides that, you can develop 3-die blocks on the gutter runners very easily with most of your players. Because gutter runners are strength 2. In order to get a 3-die block against a gutter runner, you need to have strength 5. So if you have 2 assists with a berserker, or any of your Norse, 2 assists gives you a 3-die block. For an Ulf, 1 assist gives you a 3-die block. For the Yeti gets innately a 3-die block, unless it's getting assisted by an enemy. So that's the basics of that. If you have any questions more about it, I'm still trying to find a better way of on teaching blocking. So I'm open to critique on my wordings. But now that we have some basics out of the way, let's take a good old look how this game starts out. Pretty basic, take a line of scrimmage hits. Ball was already pretty covered. Ooh. Here's a great example. Here, you gave an assist against this gutter runner, and that was unnecessary. Because your berserker is strength 3. Gutter runner is strength 2. You already had 2 die blocks against this gutter runner. You don't actually need an assist. So that's something good to keep in mind.
Here, the other way around, giving an assist for the Ulf would have given you a 3-die block.
Absolutely.
And
he even said that he did it
always
backwards, which that happens. That happens. You're learning. I've struggled with it when I first started out as well.
I'm playing in Matrix and I'm still doing it. Ahem.
But yeah, that's a common mistake that occurs with newer players, so I just like to point it out. It gets a lot easier with time.
That's very true, Basic.
Absolutely.
That's very true.
The core thing that makes experienced coaches from non-experienced coaches is being able to do a lot of stuff that you do now. Like, you consciously have to think about, how do I make the 2-die? How do I make the 3-die? Is this a 1-die? Is this red dice? More experienced coaches get to that where it's like nigh automatic. And a lot of it is just making a lot of block dice over the course of 800 games. Good hit. For you. Oh. And right here, it looks like the rat coach just isn't familiar with how to make 2-die blocks. And that looks like what happened there as well. Again.
Did I have? Oh, yeah.
Right here. See it again. Did you catch that, Karma?
Oh, I'm good. Sorry.
Do you see what happened right here?
Sorry? I was just checking my
Hey,
my how do you call it, recaps for a Skaven game that I played or that I watched, that I recapped.
ooh, wonderful. Right here,
So let's see this again.
this ball carrier came to give an assist on the gutter runner, but it wasn't enough to make a 3-die with the Berserker Blitz. In
Again.
order to make this a 3-die, bring in one more assist, and this gutter gets 3-die hit twice. If you're not going to bring in another assist, you don't even have to mark him with another player. Just take the blitz. Good target choice. Just don't bring in the assist when you don't need it, because you can put your ball carrier in a better position. You can form a cage further down the pitch. I will say the main thing that I have to say here is, against Skaven, protect the ball is of the utmost importance. But you also need to start trying to make your way down the pitch, because they're going to fight you over every square. Like, don't overextend, don't go more than you need to, but every square on slower teams like Norse is very important.
Yep. And even if you didn't meant to do the 3-die and want to have players in the back, then it's even better to get the 3-die, because you will move the player there either way if you want to get the players there. So,
And like Bazik said, if you weren't going for the 3-die, don't put your ball carrier next to the rat, because 2 red die blocks are not desirable, but they still have a chance of getting your ball on the floor.
it happens very often against elf teams, because elf coaches, the more you play as an elf coach, oh, that's an early foul.
I didn't hate that foul either. Honestly, fouling a gutter. You don't have any extra players though, so I almost advise against it. It's actually one of those interesting things, right? To begin with, you take red die blocks because you may not understand that they're risky. So then you get better at the game and you stop taking red die blocks. And then you get better at the game and you start taking red die blocks because you see the value in them. It's one of those funny things like that. It wasn't a terrible idea if you had spare players or if it was later in the half. But it was 10-11. I usually think it's better to be 11-10 rather than 10-9 or 10 or blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But this would be a heavily debated foul. It depends a lot on the coach doing it and on the value of risk and reward they have. But I don't think it was a bad foul at all. I think I would have waited until later in the half to take that foul. But I know, I would say 60% of coaches would take that foul at least, if not more.
I think it's quite nice that the red coach always keeps a sweeper in the back, the gutter runner here now, because that's always something good to have to keep in mind if you're defending, to have at least one player in the back that can most of the time, or better even, always get to the ball if someone comes through you.
I can agree with that. And to elaborate on this sweeper just a little bit more, since you pointed it out, when you have a sweeper, you want them to be far back enough not to get hit by the opposing team. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is plenty of space back to be safe, but you also want them close enough to join the play if they're desperately needed. So this rat specifically, I would consider moving up 1 or 2 tiles. But besides just little nitpicky stuff like that, this is a great spot for a sweeper.
Yes. Oh.
Blitz for the ball carrier, little spooky.
You have the advantages with block, so it's okay, but there were other players better suited for that, and you didn't even need to blitz there.
Now, also, cage corners should be on the corner, because if you do not fill that space, what can happen? And let's say the enemy brings in a player right here, a player that's already here, and they negate these 2 assists. They can blitz you through this corner on a 1-die block. And furthermore, barring that, there's a red die blitz right here, which can be turned into a 1-die blitz, I believe, with a similar method. So this rat comes down, comes and gets rid of this assist, or stands right here. Someone else comes over here, gets rid of this assist. This becomes a 1-die block. And that was a really messy picture, but hopefully you got the point across.
And 3-die dodges are 3+ dodges are not that.
The gutter can get a 1-die block here.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, the gutter can give an assist, and you can dodge away with your storm vermin. Mark deny the assists beforehand from other players, and then even get a 2-die block on the ball carrier. Retrieve the ball, run away. That's very advanced.
Or you just negate the assist and get the block the other way.
Yeah, true. Very advanced. Nothing. I think it's nothing a rookie coach will think about, but because many 3-die dodges needed, but possible.
Also, I keep getting rid of the skills because one of my hotkeys for the screen changes is a control and tilde.
It's just the standard.
I might have to change that. I might have to change that keybind.
Well, that's not a blitz I would have taken, but okay. If you think the blitz is safer than the dodge, that's fine.
What was the blitz? I was
blitz to free up the gutter runner the turn before.
Oh yeah, with Stormbringer. Yeah.
I'm always a little bit. I need to change the screens because I'm watching your stream and that's behind.
I 100% would have hit the. I would have gone for a blitz on the ball carrier. In some similar way that we were pointing out.
Yep.
Yep. And he forgot to stand up his other gutter. It's a very good point. Honestly, you can argue that 2 red dice on the ball would have been fine as well.
But that's no block against block.
No block versus block. It's not dice. Nearly as good with block without block.
Yeah, and that's why I would advise against it.
Now, it's gonna be turn 5. At this point in the drive, you should be looking at how do I get up the pitch. You should be looking at blitzing some players free and moving down the pitch, because it's not enough to just not score. Not let the rats steal and score. You need to score on your drive against rats because they are so good at scoring on offense. They have 4 movement 9 pieces. They're crazy.
Choice not to reroll that dodge.
Yep.
I think that's nice. There we got a serve, probably.
Yep.
Nope.
Oh, nope. Close to it, though.
Well, that's good too. Oh, blocking with the ball carrier there. That
A little
doesn't
questionable.
give you any movement. And that's what you said
Yeah,
before.
okay.
Don't use the Ulf for blitzes if you have other players around to do it, because they don't have block. And the scutter stays on his feet. Disgusting.
Yeah. We're gonna see how this actually turned out, and then I'm gonna rewind a little bit and talk about what we should be looking to do. I think. Again, our ball carrier is exposed a little bit. This corner is not protected. It looks very new player esque. Like I've seen plenty of new players do stuff like this. Like don't beat yourself up.
Can I ask a question before that?
Yep.
Did you know that you can't hand off or pass the ball after you blocked?
You cannot.
That's for the player. Yeah, I wanted to know if he knew that before he decided to take the block. Because
That's fair. That's fair.
That's a mistake that I made quite a few times in my college season. And so if he did, okay. Then
Right.
never mind me talking. I'm just here to
No,
provide some.
you're good. So, one of the first things you need to identify on your turn is what is the goal of the turn. Now, on this turn, there's a couple goals you can have. Goal 1 is don't lose the ball, right? Goal 2 is deal damage, get blocks. Goal 3 is move the ball forward to start getting into scoring position. And you're saying you thought you had enough time, which is fair, because a lot of it comes down to experience of knowing how far down the pitch you need to be on a certain turn with a certain team. So don't worry about that if you misidentified when you should start going down the pitch. But usually around turn 5, you want to already be in the opposition's half. So on this turn, I would be looking to get the ball down the pitch and bringing your defenders with you. So you can do something like you punch this rat off, walk the ball, walk a Yeti if it goes. If it doesn't go, that's fine. Walk a defender. You blitz something and bring another defender, and you just move the cage down the pitch. After that, you maximize damage. You take the rest of your blocks. Yeah, that's a good point. I was just lazy. Rewind to before the bar carrier activates. So we'll give it an actual overview. So like right here, what you need to consider is you need to get this gutter runner off the ball carrier. That's step number 1. Defend the ball. Negate some assists and tie up some gutter runners. Then you can take this punch. Only need a push. Thank you. I think this was the best drawing toy I've found so far. And now you have your ball carrier free. So you figure out where they can go. So this guy, he's movement 7, I believe.
The runner,
movement 7.
yes.
So you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can move 7 tiles, but you need to figure out. You need to figure out where your defenders can go as well. Because it doesn't matter if your ball carrier can move 7 tiles if all your defenders can move, say, 4 or 5 or 6. You need to be protected first. So then, this guy's free. The Berserker's free. The Yeti is free with an asterisk if he decides to cooperate. So you figure out where you can go. Now I would move up and to the right, away from the rest of the rats. If the Yeti cooperates, great. And you, granted, you don't go through this tile because it's marked, but you just move your defenders. And blitzing a defender free is also a great option. So a thing you can do is you can blitz with this Yeti and try to get a knockdown and move him to be part of the screen. But yeah, protect the ball, move down the pitch. Anything you want to add to that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I think it's.
Also, you didn't end up doing it, but while I was watching your stream, Poikus, I saw you considering fouling the Gutter Runner that you fouled the other turn with the Berserker. I wanted to be very clear that if you were doing that for SPP, fouls do not give SPP. So never use your best players to foul. Yeah, what Tiger Elf said. Sometimes I'm trying to find a balance between going into nuance and just giving the general advice. So if I ever forget to mention something that if I ever overlook something, make sure to point that out for the new players. Thanks a lot, Tiger Elf. I will say for the Rat Coach that going behind the offensive drive on the offense drive of the enemy makes it kind of hard to prevent the score. So if Poikus was actively pushing to get a touchdown and was able to get much further in the pitch, you would have had a lot of difficulty preventing it because you have players behind. It's okay to send one flanker or two flankers, but the strongest defensive position is all of your players in front of the enemy. With an asterisk, generally, depending on skills, depending on team, yada yada yada.
I have to say that the armor is holding up quite good.
Oh yeah, no dead rats yet. No dead Norse yet.
One send off, 2 chaos, right?
I think so. And an injury.
Not much. Oh, we had an injury. Okay, but that was the block with the red die block, right, or something like that. And we saw a red die block like that again last turn.
I agree. I was saying goodbye to my wife. She's gone out for a little bit.
Okay.
This was a pretty good play by the Rats. Ball is free, not where you want it against Rats. And hopefully this also demonstrates the importance of having the corners defended. Because players in a plus sign do not offer the same defensive advantage of players in a X.
Yep.
And we can even illustrate that. That might be beneficial. Go ahead and demonstrate that. So if you have players in an X, what that does is that covers the squares in between them so that your ball carrier cannot be blitzed. Whereas players in a plus shape, you can just blitz right through them. No dodges, just hit the ball carrier. So that's a important distinction to point out. Protect your corners. And I'll get rid of... I guess I'll get rid of those doodles for you, Karma.
Nah, that's fine. What I would have done here? Could you? Maybe he's going for it. Let's just keep at it. Okay. Before you do that block, I'd say try to pick up the ball and hand it over to the berserker up the field. To just move the ball away from your end zone as far as possible.
I will counter that one with my own opinion.
Yeah, please.
What you
Please
do first on this turn, move the berserker into scoring range.
Wait, there's an ad.
Yeah, sorry, I'm too famous now. I get ads.
Oh yeah, right. Now that you mention it. Now that you mention it. Where is it?
But yeah. No wonder he can afford Taco Bell. Yeah, I'm rich. The first thing I would do, you want to move this berserker into scoring range as your very first action. Because on turn 7, if you do not have a scoring threat at the end of the turn, you cannot score. Oh, thanks, Karma. I appreciate it.
Where's my like overlay? I want to be seen. I want to be famous too. Sorry.
Here, I'll edit the title of the stream for you.
No, stop it. It's all good.
There we go. But if you don't have a scoring threat at the end of turn 7, you cannot score. But if you have a scoring threat, even if it's unlikely, you have a chance of scoring on the next turn. So always, always, always develop a scoring threat, even if it's unlikely to pan out. Because if you don't pick up the ball this turn and you have a scoring threat, there's still a chance that you can score. But if you pick up the ball and don't have a scoring threat, you cannot score still.
Yes, that's true. And oh yeah, he doesn't have any rerolls anymore, so the 3+ pickup can fail. So moving some player into scoring range first is probably the better choice than picking up trying to hand off.
You think you move him in the wrong direction. Did you try to score in your own half?
Well, that's new.
I'm not sure that's actually what he was trying to say. I think he was trying to express something else. Ooh.
Yay, finally.
Rat down.
And an MNG. That's okay.
Honestly, I don't think I would have gone for the pickup there. As the rats, I will give similar advice. First thing you do on turn 7, make sure you have a scoring threat. Because if you have a scoring threat, yada, 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 yada.
Yep. Now there's no player.
They're able to score on the Stormvermin.
Yeah, the Reds can, but now the Norse have no player up the field to score anymore because he moved the Berserker away. Yeah, that's what you meant, right?
No, but that was also his turn 8,
no,
so that was irrelevant.
What's the name?
Paikus?
Paikus.
Poi as in boy with a P, and then Kuz as in ooze. At least I'm fairly certain that's how I was told it's pronounced.
That rolls
but
off the top.
that was Poikuz's turn 8 that he moved the Berserker back, so that didn't matter. He was protecting the ball.
Yeah, okay. There are many skulls.
The rats had
Double
slightly better
skulls.
dice. That could have been a score.
Hard, but possible, yes.
But honestly, this is not a bad first match. I'm giving a lot of like fundamental advice and a lot of like explanations of certain nuance. But overall, neither of these coaches are playing terribly for fresh college coaches. Like, I'm pretty impressed.
I would have killed 3 of my own rats by this time.
I definitely did not play this well my first game. Like, I took so many one-die blocks because I just couldn't figure out how blocks worked.
Oh,
But I think Poikuz has also been playing some spins, which I didn't do. It's very wise. Play some spins, get some experience. You'll feel a lot better about yourself.
yes.
That was the advice my mentor gave after like my 5th college game was play some spins, just get a little bit more experience with the game. And I went and played like 50 games of spins over the next month and a half. And I did feel a lot better about playing the game after that. Because you know what? Spins, everybody's so friendly, it's wonderful.
Yes.
I like what the rat coach is doing here as well.
In spins, the thing is, your opponent can always give you some advice around the game, because most of the time you get some more experienced coaches especially when you're a college coach, right?
Yeah, but did you get to playoffs? I did, twice.
See, I played spins before and I didn't get to playoffs, so
Yeah, my college season, I went without any losses to playoffs. My first loss was in the first round of playoffs. Granted, that is not typical, and there was a little bit of luck in getting to that point, but I did not lose until my playoff matches. I drew, but I never lost. It was weird. It was a little sad, but it was fine. Now, I want to talk about basing real quick from the rat perspective. Just based off of this, I need to go to the bathroom first, though. So I'll be right back. If you have anything you want to express, now would be the time, Karma.
yes, I want to express that I think the positioning of the Yeti is very nice here. Just to have him in the backfield, not marked, free to move around. I think that's very good. Nothing I would have done as in my first match. So very good. We demand entertainment. Should I strip or something? Not that you can see me. And I don't think it's R18. So trivia. What trivia? Trivia about Argenix? Our famous mentor? About anything. Trivia about anything. Did you know that Sanji's last name is Vinsmoke? Sanji from One Piece? I think that's some mild spoiler, but everyone who doesn't know that until now, with the way the anime and the manga is going, I'm sorry for that. I'm not trying to get him demonetized. I would never do that, because I think he did a very, very good job to get to the point where he is now. Anime reference, where's Kiwi when you need him? I don't know. I think he's still online. He's still around anywhere.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for keeping it pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I'm getting blamed for spoilers and trying to demonetize the stream. I'm sorry for that. I'm not trying to do this.
No demonetizing my stream, only demonizing it.
The only demon I have in my house is alcohol.
What was it going to talk about? Basing. Important notes on basing. Every time you base a player, on your turn. So every time you put one of your players on the enemies, right next to them, that's standing up, you are giving up a block to the player. So the more you base, the more likely you are to take damage. That being said, if you're going to commit to basing a unit onto the enemy, you want to try and overbase. Like, the best example I've found for this was one that I've said to Coconut several times was, when you go to war, you don't want to keep half your units back. You want to send everybody. So if you're going to base, if you're going to go to war, you need to overbase the players you select. So, like, this is a decent example of when you're going to base a lot. When you're not going to base none. It's such a good saying that I'm, like, glad that I stole it. I mean, came up with it.
It's good to only steal things that are worth stealing, not worse.
Yes, yes. Hopefully, I will get to see that advice applied next game. Yeah, there's, keep back. There's some players you want to keep back and not base. But in general, if you're going to base, you want to base a lot. If you're not going to base because you want to avoid damage, probably don't want to base much at all, or any. There are some exceptions to that, but not a lot.
That? I don't know. But it can work.
Yeah, that was a desperation pass. I will say, Poikuz, you're doing a great job at forcing the rats onto the sideline. The sideline is Norse bread and butter. So whenever you can force the player to play around the sideline, where you want to be. Because you have 5 Frenzy on this team. Frenzy's very good at setting up serfs. I would recommend, if you're not familiar with chain pushes, hopefully you will get familiar, because, chain push is fun.
Oh, yes, they are.
And Karma knows by now my love of chain pushing.
Yeah, did you watch the two turn?
The one you told me about
push?
from Crystal Hunter? Yeah, I loved it. Loved it.
That was great, right? Ah,
it was amazing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Where does it scatter?
Uh-oh.
That's not good. What do you have? That's no, nothing major.
There was a few risky 1-dies. Especially with the player advantage. The Norse should be setting up 2-dies and making sure that their frenzy pieces don't go 2-die into red dice or 1-dice. But at the same time, 1-dice aren't very scary if you have block. They're just not as good as 2-dice.
Don't reroll that.
I agree.
Either move a player first to give an assist, and if you don't do that, don't reroll this. Just keep him on the sideline. This player won't do anything for the next turns because he's on the sideline.
I caught up to like turn 7 before I started this stream. I don't actually know how you go from this position to losing. Besides just rat shenanigans.
Well, it's edgy for dodge. So
Yeah, yeah.
Stuff like this can
Like
work.
this right here could be the point.
See, that
Yeah, honestly, like that's not
is
your fault
just
there.
stupid. This
That's
is
not
just
your fault.
stupid. Yeah, you can't waste an apple if you don't have one. That's true.
Rats have an apple, you do not. Yeah, that happens. You know, four plus with a reroll into a 2+, and a 4+4+, 2+. It's not bad. Oh yeah, I take that as well. And a rat blitz. So that's also why you probably don't come back. It's because of the blitz.
And he gets there.
rats, 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 rats,
Disgusting again.
rats, rats, rats.
I played a fair share of elves, right? And I always hated when all these dodges and movements and all this shit works. I hate it.
If you want to really hate something, I had a high elf team with an agility 6 blitzer who, on a blitz, would walk through the enemy, catch the ball, and then go score.
I have an agility 5 thrower with Hail Mary pass and a diving catcher. Diving catch, this is nerves of steel and catch. He catches everything you throw his way. This is nuts.
Well, because both you and your opponent played very well for new coaches. I think both of you with a little more experience and refinement of your skills would do quite fine.
Especially,
Have you signed up for a mentor yet, Poikuz? I 100% cannot recommend the mentor system enough. It's absolutely wonderful. I had a mentor. He was wonderful. He still gives me shit every now and again. It's great. I was a mentor last season. I still give my mentee shit all the time. Also great.
I play in the league with my mentor and he always kills my players. That's nice.
Ah, good, good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, this was a good game to go over for a lot of fundamentals. I think that's going to be the best application of college games on this stream. Going over a lot of fundamentals that pop up.
Yep. A nice 3 die here. The removals are sadly a little too late. But this happens without Mighty Blow. So when your team gets a little bit more developed and you get your first 2 Mighty Blows, those low armor targets will go down and stay down much more often.
Absolutely.
And then that's what you want to do with the Norse team. And it will only get better, I'd say.
Absolutely.
Just remember that you have block on all your players, but you also only have armor 7. That's always something you have to keep in mind.
Norse also snowball ridiculously if you get some early casualties. Like against certain teams, like very interesting. Also, Bazik, the way you phrase that is, my mentee was a slow learner, and all my lessons didn't sink in until his minor season. There you go. It's now you're the cause of him getting to minors playoffs. Boom, done. It took longer than other mentees, but he got there. Rats. Rats, rats, rats.
This is... Well, he was greedy at least. GFI failed.
I don't think the GFI changes anything, so I don't think you should have taken it.
No, it doesn't. Both Wolves can reach, the Berserker can reach, even all the linemen could reach it. and me giving advice.
That's some good advice, Coconut, depending on what the situation is. But I know I demonstrated to
nice pass.
Death Reigns, my mentee, how massive of a difference a bribe can make in a game. When I played Brett's against his Chaos, took a bribe and fouled him for 15 turns because the bribe never got used. Again, scoring threats, yes, yes. Scoring threats, yes, yes.
Well, he tried to get a scoring threat in, but the Yeti didn't want to kill something. And the 2-die block against a non.
You could not score there, Pokemon. You don't have a scoring threat. You had to go to this sometime. You don't have anyone that can reach. But that's not a terrible first game. There's a lot of things to learn from it. You know, don't beat yourself up. Take what lessons you can. Get yourself a mentor. Kick ass in the second week. Then I believe it was Coconut's game. Which was... Where's the Christmas Rejects? Christmas Rejects versus Mission Impossible.
Christmas just around the corner. Oh, just half an hour and I can open a new advance thingy door. How is it called in English? Help me out, Russell.
I know what you're talking about, like the little planner thing, right?
Yeah.
The Christmas calendar treat thing.
Yeah, right. In Germany, it's called Adventskalender. So
that,
English,
I think that translates pretty one-to-one.
Yeah. Okay. That we'd take just the same name. I'm good with that. Oh, level up is nice. On early level ups are always.
This beast is disgusting. Yep. Thanks for joining, Bazik. You have a good night.
Good night.
Okay. Okay. Coconut's come to bribe here. Let's see what the inducements are real quick. Bribe. Yeah, just bribe, it looks like. Is there a star player? I don't think there's a star player.
No star on the field, no.
Yeah, this beast, block and pro first 2 levels, absolutely disgusting. What are you gonna get on him the next time he levels? Claw? Oh wait, no, never mind. You're just gonna roll another double. Tackle? Leap. There you go, leap. Claws doubles? I thought the mutation was normal. On the his claw doubles. Huh. I thought it had an innate mutation access. Sorry, is this a Nurgle joke that I'm too chaos player to understand? Pouring rain.
We got rain.
It's good for the elves.
Yep. Very bad for Nurgle. Does it get better? Oh,
it's good at just added skills this game. There's a lot because of Nurgle. I hope my Minotaur levels up as well as your Beast has. That's crazy. That's 1 in 36 levels right there. Like, the odds of getting double is the same as getting a strength.
And he has a strength up piece. What are the pestigores?
He does. Good pestigore. Honestly, Coconut, have you decided what you're doing with this pestigore yet? Because I think the best thing you can do is turn him into a 5th Nurgle warrior. Give him everything you would a Nurgle warrior. Give him block. Give him guard. Give him stand firm. He's just like an armor down, movement up Nurgle warrior. Because, like, turning him into a killer, such a waste. Killers die. Roadblocks stay around much longer.
But if you want to develop any killer in this team, then this Pestigore is the way to go, right? Especially with the strength of Pestigore. Isn't he just one you want to develop as a killer?
I would turn him into anything but a killer.
Yeah, I understood that. But I just because of the movement up, isn't he better as a killer? Because he can get more to pieces where your Nurgle warrior killer wouldn't get to?
No. You misunderstand. You get another Pestigore and make him a killer. This guy, he's another Nurgle warrior.
So how many Pestigores can Nurgles get?
4.
Oh, okay. Then it's fine. I thought they could only get 2.
Yeah, they can get 4. They can get 4. Because, like, honestly, you could turn him into a ball carrier, and that's great. You could turn him into a roadblock. You can turn him into a ball carrier. But please, 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 don't turn your Strength 4 Pestigores into killers. They can do the blitzing anyways. They don't need the kill skills. If they have kill skills, they get targeted. If they have roadblock skills, they get avoided.
So that's why Pro's awesome.
Ooh, that's a good hit. Word answer gone? Was that a word answer? Yeah, that's a word answer down. Also, here we see that advice being put into action. When you base a lot. Over base. And, try to get the tentacles on low strength pieces. They were not available to be based. So you just based a lot of the other stuff with assistance. And here we see, the basing does get punished a little bit by getting some free punches. But not much comes of it. And there are still units based for the next turn when the Nurgles get to punch.
And especially it's just rough.
Once this team gets some guard, it'll be able to overbase much easier. And holy moly, that's the second word answer down. This is going to be a slaughter.
That's a nice first block. You can take it, yes.
Yeah, I like that block. Oh no! Ooh. Oh no!
That's what should happen to Armor 7.
Oh no! This is a dangerous game. Oh no!
Why are we watching this? Do you have an R18 thing going on?
Don't worry,
now?
this is going to be a 20-minute game to view. This is just a spectacle to view. This isn't a match to critique very much.
Oh yeah, he has block, right.
This guy 6-0'd me in college. I want to pay back. Did you punch the tree in college? Because I've punched the tree in college and minors, and then I learned to stop punching trees. But you have not tried to punch the tree, so that's, like, very good.
Dirty
player doing work with the bribe. Bribe is used. Oh, he didn't have the tree at the time? Very well, very well. That was probably also when you were down your beast, wasn't it?
Now you can go and try to punch the tree, get him on the floor, and then dirty player him.
Now you can punch the tree and dirty player foul it if you really, really wanted to.
Well, I love fouling big guys. But I'm an asshole.
It just takes such a large amount of commitment to do, though. That's the problem.
Not if you have a strength 6 Doom Guardian.
I mean, to foul it takes commitment.
Yeah. And I use my Doom Guardian to get the other
punish for the GFI again.
Again, yeah.
Now, no, forget fouling the tree. Foul this guy.
It's too easy.
Oh no.
and you don't dodge.
Tie up the elf on the beast. Good. And then that allows you to blitz another elf. No, this gets that step. Never mind. Yeah, this is definitely a power cleanser on how much in depth we're going. Okay, you know what? At this point, you're allowed to use a reroll on that greedy reroll. Because you're setting up to foul this elf right here, right? That's just
2,
1,
4,
2, 3, 4, 5, foul.
Just fits.
1, 2,
It
3,
just
4,
works.
5, foul.
The other one could have reached without a GFI, right? Oh no,
They
fouling
both could
doesn't
reach
need
without a GFI.
I'm a stupid idiot because fouling doesn't need a
Fouling,
GFI.
oh no!
Ah,
Oh no!
ah,
Now, here's the thing.
and
Pick a
rooted.
Poke should not hold any ill will towards Coconut, but everyone should at least be able to sympathize with the frustration from what just happened. Now, I personally, I don't revel in killing amazing players. Like, I just want to badly hurt. If I thought your players, I just want to badly hurt. I don't care if they die. But there's the meme, haha, kill all gutter runners with movement 10. But it's mainly a meme. You gotta sympathize with people when they lose a really important, valuable piece.
It's especially if in a league format like we play here, you don't get that many out of killing people that you won't face anymore.
Well, depending. If you're going to lose to them, killing their players so that they lose future games, very good. However, if you beat them and they lost their best player, they're going to lose to people you might face coming up still. I would much prefer a badly hurt in a game that I won over a death of an important player.
Yes. Make it harder for the other opponents to...
So I don't know. I guess I come from I like winning the division sort of standpoint. Because like if you're winning the game, it's actually just detrimental if you kill the player. Unless you need them to lose future games, sort of thing. I know I fouled one person's player turn 16 because I needed them to lose future games. But that being said, it is completely sportsmanlike and acceptable to foul on turn 16.
That's arguable.
How many elves are going to be on the pitch next drive?
3. Oh,
Got
maybe
2 KOs?
Maybe 2 in a tree.
Coconut, this is dirty. This is not.
Well, you don't want him to get in there from the back. So it's fine to do this. It's the right thing to do.
This is the game everybody wants to play with Necro and Chaos? This is the game everybody that plays Chaos and Necro wants to happen. Oh my.
Hey, the pickup worked.
Oh.
See? Fouled the tree. Told you.
There's no way this is a tree foul. This is going on the elf. It is going on the tree. No?
Sure. Ah.
Good sack attempt.
Donk.
GFI fails again. Okay. These GFIs have been dreadful for the elves. How many ones can the Woody roll? That's a good question.
All.
And you're going to level up the strength piece, right?
Rain doesn't give...
And here's the thing, though, right?
Rain makes passing harder and handoffs too, right?
It makes the catch harder, yes.
Yeah.
I think it affects passes?
Catching
No, it's
does not-
catch rolls, catch rolls. Passes are just easy.
Yeah, the passes are with this blinding sun.
So
stuff.
yeah, that's it's a 4+ handoff, but you have 2 more turns and a reroll. It's worth considering. It's worth considering. And here's the thing, right? Coconut's not being a jerk or anything like that. You cannot let up on the gas against Wood Elves. If you stop fouling, if you start having pity on them, they will score on you with 5 players, draw the game, and make you sad. You cannot let up on the gas here. No, yeah. And I'm just like explaining for any new player that ends up like watching this. Like this is not being mean. This is not, you're not just trying to relentlessly kill his entire team. Well, you are, but like to win the game, not because
you're
being a jerk.
Well, you can still like it, but
Yeah, you can like it, but that doesn't mean that you're hoping the other person's having a bad time. Coconut's a great guy. He'll sympathize with you after the match is over, but during the match, like, he wants to win.
So, is this a tree foul now?
Maybe, perhaps this might be a tree foul. I'm not sure what gives me that impression. Oh no!
Well, this now really hurts. This now really hurts. And the same thing happened in the division I recapped. But there it was on turn 1, the tree got fouled, died, and got appoed into an MNG. Well, at least one lucky thing.
Oh yeah, Coconut, I've seen you had worse. I've seen it. But, one day, somebody's going to gang foul your Beast of Nurgle, and you're going to say, yes, I've had this coming. And whether it dies or not doesn't matter. You just have the same feeling this man just had over his tree. And as long as you're prepared to accept that reality, all is good.
The tree didn't have block, so it isn't the same Tear Steel Cry.
Well, yeah, but you don't need to get a POW on the Beast Nurgle. You just get a wrestle. I'll let half my team die before I let that happen. I believe that. I believe that. That's what happened here. So what happened before the tree died was all the players were gone. The worst part is, you still don't let up on the gas. Mission Impossible almost had a legal concede, but they gained back too many players. Oh, no, wait. I think they just already had enough players.
No, the War Dancer came back.
War Dancer came back? Oh, you're right. If the War Dancer didn't come back, they could have legal conceded.
Yep. Oh, right, and it wasn't even your attacking drive.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. That was the Wood Elf drive.
Oh, that's gonna hurt so much.
It's like watching a train wreck. I can't look away now.
Oh.
It's nice of you to give the Wood Elves a cage.
I would say less punches, but those 3 punches should be enough. After all we've seen until now.
Oh no. Ooh. And they're all stuck on the Beast or Nurgle. You get them wrapped around with everybody else.
And now we see 8 turns of failed pickups.
Brutal efficiency by Coconut in this game. And I would 100% pick up with the strength. You can't. It's in the side. It's in the sideline there. Is there a point in continuing to watch this? Not really from an educational standpoint.
What do we? It's a stunt.
But like, what's this gonna be?
If the War Dancer can stand up and leap out of there,
a level up from a punch.
Why do you put your players up there? They are so caged in. Just leave them on the ground. Oh, the War Dancer's out.
Oh yeah, they stopped picking them up.
Yep. If you
and Coconut is such a nice guy that he didn't kill them until they stood back up. Probably also because he didn't want to lose more players to send-offs.
At this point in time, who cares if he get? Don't think he cares about another send-off. To be fair.
Well.
And yeah, they
that's all fair.
But they want the chance to maybe recover the ball, so I can understand picking the players up. That's totally fine, totally true. But just laying low here and don't get any more beaten up than you already are is a valid option. I have to say. It is a valid option that I don't think anyone could have blamed him for.
This is very reminiscent of a game I played against Egyptian Mink, where it was 11 players versus 11. Oh, that's rude. That's a rude game. Where I was Chaos against Lizards. And Chaos against Lizards. And the game decided that I should win. So what happened was, their drive, they score a touchdown.
Why?
They scored a touchdown in Scorching Heat and then lost 10 players.
I think at this point in time he was just screaming, "Redemption!"
Yeah, okay. You know, that's why you don't let up, because then they'll one day blitz you and you'll lose a player. It's like wrestling, right? If one person pulls their punches, they're gonna end up getting themselves hurt. So definitely never let off the gas. Pity after the game, not during. Yeah, that was a little sad. Got an MVP on Chaos War, though, and you got a ton of SPP. Routers are meant to die.
When does Santa Claus get claws?
That's that one done.
Oh, that's so damn many taps.
Human versus Delph. Which one was that?
Oh, both teams I like.
Should be this one. I think? No. Where's that game? I don't even know what game I'm looking for. Not that one. Not that one.
Can you tell me the division, then I can look it up if you want to?
Tabas game. Oh, United Grass Enjoyers, Barack and Roll. That's what it is.
Got it?
Thank you, Tiger.
Okay. But okay. Humans versus Dark Elves. Do we have an assassin on the Dark Elf team? Boo.
We do?
No, we don't.
Okay, I was gonna say, first off...
That's why I'm saying boo.
No. Don't boo the lack of Dark Elf. Praise the wisdom.
I just love the assassin. He's not always useful, but when he's useful, you have fun.
Stop trying to make assassins cool. You can't sit with us.
they they're just there for the memes, to be fair. But they are fun
Any
memes.
indifference? We got a wizard. We got a babe. On behalf of the humans.
Only use those goblins.
Hey, that is slander. Stabbed is also great if you're scared of 3 dying Noblars. Plus, they're slower than him, so you can keep up with them with cloaking.
Shadowing is a very nice skill. I saw it in action in a.
It's nice on gutter runners and other high mobility things that are not assassins. If the assassin had movement 8, strength 2, I think it'd be a better piece.
Yep. Oh yes, I saw it in 4. It was
Multiple block stab 2 Noblars. There you go.
Name?
The necessary piece to beat your arch enemy, the ogres.
Yeah, it was
Perfect defense, good skill.
in a 4B G-Man 4B game where shadowing saved the Reds' score. The gutter runner could follow up, get his tackle on the ball, no dodge possible, or dodge failed, and the score wasn't done.
There you go.
Saved the draw for the gutters. So shadowing is good depending on the situation, for sure.
It's also
But
great
can
if
be
you induce a skitter stab.
Yeah, bloodstab shadowing.
I was watching I think a Total War Warhammer video, and it was like some multiplayer going on, right? And the Skaven player's name was Human Boy Yes Yes, and I just want to say that's the best name of any Skaven player I've ever seen in any Warhammer related thing. Human Boy Yes Yes. And he was playing Skaven. Absolutely wonderful.
Just the yes that gives it.
It's like someone from a minors class. Yes Whiskers.
Always nice to hear the yes of the Skaven.
Nothing really to add to this play so far. Everything seems pretty standard, pretty normal. I know that's how the rats talk. It's yes.
That's why it's so nice to see it and hear it.
It's like, I just like, yes, I am Human Boy, yes. Just master of disguise, really.
Oh.
See, elves defending the ball, looking to get a touchdown on a witch elf. I think the last one died. I believe I saw that game as well. The very developed witch elf died.
Oh, okay. That hurts.
I believe. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
It's
also another really good big guy.
Again, same
with all these
same
big
skill
guys.
setup. And again, bro on the first block worked out KO.
And you
Last
know
time
what?
it was injury.
You know what? This ogre's good enough. You don't get rid of him until he dies.
Yes.
Like, do you keep him if he gets his strength down even? Probably not.
I think strength down is a no-go for most players.
I think strength down is the only thing that would kill this player besides just death. Niggle, who cares? Armor down, who cares? Agility, who cares? Movement, whatever. Strength, sadness. Jack Ryan is... Oh, you're right. The Action Jacks, your team. You're right. I understand the reference to your own team now.
The pickup failures.
I mean, elves aren't very good at ball handling. You gotta cut them some slack.
Yeah, this edgy force just hindering them to play with the ball. That's true.
And now we see the humans flood the field, reverse the pitch.
A little bit of marking here and there. It's not too. I think it's not too much or too less marking, like you said earlier, where I said go to war with all of your pieces. I think it's fine to just mark with less people here. Oh, and
Well,
PFI failure.
the humans committed as many players as they could to marking. Hey, Mongoose, how you doing?
Hi there. It's
that's a good lightning bolt. Oh no, that should be the Apo. Oh wow.
It's
No, they took the death over the perm.
Did we see any successful Apo in the games we watched?
No, we've seen 2 deads. But you know that was the rookie witch elf. Like that's big whoop. I think I wouldn't have even Apo'd it unless you're just really short on cash. But like if you cash and they meta stuff, that's fine.
Witch elf, he is short on cash.
You know that's a good point. But need you to take your logic and reason and keep expressing it because it's really adding value to the stream.
Hey, I'm adding value to something. Oh, I can open another door.
Now what I'll do, I'll just mute Discord, and you'll say the reasonable things, and then I'll repeat it, and I'll seem like the smart one.
We can try that, but then I will just talk in German, and you have to say that.
Oh no, you're right.
I'll have fun.
You're right. How will I ever be able to decipher Advent calendar?
That was good. Nice try. You missed an S.
Ooh. It sounds so similar that I can't.
Yeah. Well, it's the same.
I think my favorite is butterfly is Schmetterling, isn't it?
Not E, but Schmetterling.
Schmetterling. Okay.
Yeah. In Germany, in German, the E is an E, and we have another. Damn, how is this? How are A, B, C, and the stuff? The alphabet.
A letter.
The letters, and we have a special letter E. That's
with
very
the accents
confusing
on it, right?
if you learn English. Yeah. That's very confusing if you learn English or German the other way around. Because E is
that
E
makes
and
sense.
not E.
Okay, it's
let's go back to the
similar
game.
thing with accents in Spanish.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me started on that. I know why I hate all other languages except English and German. Because that's the only 2 languages I can somehow speak.
Pretty standard ball safety so far. Protect your balls.
And this time we got the pickup that's helpful.
Honestly, like that, the wizard usage was impeccable this game.
The outcome was awesome, but you didn't need to do it there. It worked out splendidly.
I think that if you can ever retrieve the ball and score in a turn based off of the wizard working, I think go for it.
Yeah, you take it. Yes.
Because like the wizard's meant for you to turn over the ball and try and score.
Yes.
I think it was great right there. Like, yeah, you couldn't pick up the ball and then stall for 4 turns and then score. But if the wizard worked there, it was almost guaranteed score. I think it's wonderful.
Yeah. That's right. But I've seen too many wizards used without the chance to receive a ball, and that's you don't want to see it, right? When you just use the wizard because you have it and don't gain anything
And
from it.
that's not what happened here, though.
Yeah. So I myself am always reluctant using or seeing wizards used in the wrong way.
The only thing you can say is that the rest of the game doesn't have the wizard threat. But the threat of the wizard is only good if you need the threat. Whereas, like, it's the difference between implied force and used force. Because implied force is beneficial. It can cause people to behave how you desire them to. But applied force actually does the thing.
No good armor. Yeah, I'm totally with you there. And the thing is, too, that he's in the driver's seat right now because he has scored on the opponent's attacking drive,
Yep.
and he gets an attacking drive himself next half.
Absolutely. And scoring threat is down. Very good. Oh, here comes the dirty player hit.
I just wanted to say jump up is possible. Now it isn't.
Oh, you're right, jump up. I always forget about jump up. But the difference is cannot receive the ball and then run, would have had to run and then receive the ball. Which is a big difference still.
Yeah, but it's elves. It's elves. So running first, then receiving the ball.
It is dark elves though, and dark elves are a little less elfy than other elves. They're a bit slower.
But they have agility 4. That's what
They do have agility 4, but they are a bit slower. They don't have passing skills on this team really, at the moment, or catching skills. But they're really dashy.
Well, they are the most bashy elves.
They're the bashiest elves. Oh, injuries just pouring in.
And again, a double. No, 5 or 6.
Retired.
I just thought double 6 here.
The strength down, that's a retirement.
That's what we were talking about. And the ogre can still just move in from back.
He's on alignment.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, he's hiding.
Well, that's what big guys are for, right?
Absolutely.
Hiding players behind them. You do
Ogre
that
secret
quite often
tactic.
with ogres, right? I knew it. I knew it. Damn ogre players.
It's a very scary ogre as well.
Oh, that makes it so hard to come back from this game, at least in this half. Sure, he can get some players free, but still. Jump up worked. Very nice.
Yep. Blodge are gonna come and screen off the Witch Elf. Ball's gonna go in the Witch Elf's hand, I think. Oh, that's the thing you can do as well. That would have been a shame for that 2+ to fail.
But that's what you want to happen against elves, right? You want to force as many 2+ as possible and get them to fail it. And it worked out quite some time in this game. Just think about pickups and dodges here.
I'd say generally forcing dodges is okay, but if forcing like 1 2+ dodge doesn't really do much. You had to force a lot of 2+ dodges for it to add up, and especially if you only have like one tackle piece, it can be hard to do.
Yeah.
Like basing and causing a 2+ dodge with a reroll.
Yeah, not only one. Yeah, you want to force as many as possible.
It's like that's the what is it? The dwarf playbook. Base all the elves, make them dodge.
Well, if you have tackle on every piece, that's even better.
I didn't hate that. Elves score. You're 1-1 on the going into your own attacking drive. It's a very good position. Very standard 2-1 grind. Way ahead on player amounts.
Yep.
This is a very favorable position for the humans.
Yeah, very true. And that was a block that we were discussing earlier, where you think about, can I take this red die block and how does it benefit me? Or how does it
I
get
think
worse for me if it doesn't?
if you're committing the reroll there, I think it's fine. Because if you don't take the red die block, the elves score. If you succeed on the red die block, even if it's a push, it's much harder for the elves to score.
Yes,
And like
right.
you can go into the next half 1-0 up on your own attacking drive, up players, and feel very, very confident about the game's outcome. Like here, there's a little bit of question. You had to be careful about some of the kickoff events. You know, like right here, you just gotta
really helps.
position. Little bonk.
Oh, and he has to commit a blitzer on to the line of scrimmage. That hurts.
A little bit. Gun coming in. This is already a very good drive for the humans.
Yeah, again, we're just going from good to better, you could say. Bro doesn't do its job this time.
It didn't turn over, so I think it did its job pretty well.
But it wasn't a turnover to begin with.
Well, yeah, but you know, it still didn't go from plus pushes into score. So.
Well, this task was it? Then it's fine.
Oh,
it
you know,
I'm an idiot.
You know, we forgot that. We forgot.
Yeah.
In that case, like you have movement 8 players, I think you should go for the one turner there. Because that's 3 pushes. That's very, very doable with this amount of players, and with how the Dark Elf set up. I think that you should have gone for the one turner.
And he had a reroll left to get some powers or something rerolled. Yep.
I think that's actually beneficial for the humans.
What was the riot? Turn loss or gain?
Lose a turn. It's always lose a turn if it happens first. And it's always gain a turn if it happens on turn 16. Everything else is 50-50.
I saw gain a turn right after the halftime, and it didn't do anything. Or it seemed like it didn't do anything. But it was gain a turn.
It could have been like turn 10 that happened.
No, it was right
but
after halftime.
Turn 1 and turn 9, it can only be lose a turn.
That's very strange. What game was it? Let me... It wasn't the fun league I'm playing. Could be.
Humans are doing a great job corralling all the elves. I'm not sure. Like, honestly, the only things to point out here is if something goes catastrophically badly.
But it can always go downhill at some point. He's doing everything he can so it doesn't, and he's doing a very good job at that. Making it very hard for the elves to even get near the ball.
Elves have to attempt to slow down the ball and or turn over.
Yep. So if you keep the ball safe with your play advantage, and for the time being your strength advantage, then you're in a very good position to keep controlling the game here. Getcha moving up.
Nice little screen. Send the ball. Blitz, punch, mark. Main thing to recognize is that agility 4 with dodge that's marked by a player is basically still free.
Yeah, that's true. And like you mentioned before, we only have one tackle on the humans.
Yep.
That's what's made it a little bit easier for the elves to get out of those marks.
Another thing I would say is I would be trying to have the guards support each other. Because if you have one guard in an area, you can just punch the guard. Whereas if you have one or two guards assisting the other, it makes it much harder to develop blocks without counter-guarding. And to commit more players and such. This catcher is out for blood.
Well, he's the tackle piece. He kind of needs to do this. And yeah, I totally feel you with the guard to keep them together, especially if you have the advantage even with the guard, because your opponent only has one, you have two, so it makes it even stronger if they are together. Always outguarding the opponent is very helpful.
Again, just looking for anything crazy that happens in these last two turns, or point out things that are done well. So far, humans keeping some screens. Nice, solid, protect the ball plays. Keeping the ball carrier away from the sideline. Like, one thing you could argue is this ball carrier should be one square to the right. Because if they do somehow get blitzed and pushed, they don't get pushed on the sideline and the ball scatter out.
Yep.
But that's just if you're able to force the Dark Elves off more squares. Oh yeah, I absolutely like the Pro and the Ogre. I'm pretty sure I don't think most people would have gone Dodge, though. I'm fairly certain most more experienced coaches would go Pro second on a pair of doubles with big guys. Because if you have a big guy and they roll doubles, you give them block. That's what you do. This is the natural order of the world. If you have a big guy and they roll a second pair of doubles, you're probably giving them pro.
Do you think we'll see a handoff here? Or do you think the thrower will score?
I think pro's going to score just because he's at 13 out of 16.
Oh, yeah. True.
And because handing off against 5 elves when you're tied doesn't sound desirable to me.
What if you can get a catcher up there without rain?
I think dodge is better in most cases is debatable. I think that if you prefer dodge over pro, that's 100% fine. I think it definitely depends on the role, like you said. Like Croxagore for lizards. Would a reroll at 5+ really help much? What do you mean?
It's not that much about the reroll, but about getting.
No, it's not. It's not about dodging away from things. It's about being harder to knock down.
Yep.
So, in order to knock down my big guy, you'll need to commit assist and a tackle piece. Is
right.
Basically what you're trying to say with the dodge. It's not about dodging away. It's about being harder to hit. So a great example is, I think a playoff game that I casted. It might have been with you, Karma. I'm not sure, but it was one of the minor games. There was a Blodge, Stand Firm, Saurus, and it managed to take 4 hits and stay in the same spot, tying up 4 players for like
it was a
3
handoff.
turns.
Yep.
Well, yeah, but it's not about actually avoiding the damage. It's about convincing the opponent that hitting the big guy is not worth it, and that they should try to dodge players away, and you get free damage because they fail dodges. So it's kind of a... Having the dodge means you don't need it. It's sort of like... It's one of those interesting phenomenons where having the solution means you don't get to use the solution much.
That's sad.
Yeah, that was a shame. It was gonna be a really nice surf.
Then again, even if you get the surf, get your witch elf on the ball, it's still easy to free up the ball and still score easily.
I think on wild animal, I'd rather have tackle over dodge, to be honest. Because if I would go block tackle, because then you can just make them your blitzer. So I would almost argue, if you're not going to go pro, that tackle is even better. Myself, like, I would prefer tackle. But that's just kind of where the general access is good when you. I think it also depends. If you have mutation access, I think that dodge is even better because you can take tentacles. And tentacles with Blodge and Stand Firm becomes a devastating piece.
Now I understand what you mean. Yes.
Like a Blodge, Stand Firm, Tentacles, Minotaur. That sounds horrifying. Because then, even if you fail the wild animal, you still have tentacles on somebody. Throw a rock.
This makes the 1 turn not possible anymore, right? Because...
I believe so, yes. I think the 1 turn wasn't possible anyways.
Yeah, two lost players.
And that's fair, Trunkhead. But I do think it's an interesting conversation to have. Thanks for bringing it up. It's always fun to see how other people value the skills on big guys and such. Oh, No. Game's just being a jerk at this point.
It could have worked. We saw it last time. Just the one die would have linemen running in, killing the rotter.
That was another one that's kind of like run out of things to comment after 90% of the team gets removed.
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
you just know that if the human player doesn't make a grave mistake, this game goes where it goes, right? Oh, Orcs. 2-0 against Golden. Frank
Should
didn't do its
be
magic.
Brads and Chats. Right. Take a look at some Brads and Chads. This
So
is my mentee is the Chaos Coach in this one.
I'll be right back. Just getting something to drink.
Oh yeah, take your time. See what we have taken here. No inducements, it looks like? I think no inducements.
My cousin is just the nicest man.
Yeah?
Yep. He got me some alcohol-free beer.
Ah, wonderful. Have you ever had what's it called? Ginger beer, like the soda.
Yes, and I don't like it.
I've only had one, but I was told that it was like a really good brand, and I absolutely loved it. But I've also had a couple others that were just really meh.
It's not for me, but I'm not the I don't like ingwer at all. Or ginger.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, German.
No, you're good. You're good. Fascinated.
Oh, so we have Chaos against Chaos Dwarfs.
Yep.
Well,
And my mentee is the Chaos player.
Yeah. Oh, this is such an attrition game. So.
Oh wait, no! I remember. He was asking me about this. He said, "What should I induce?" And I said, "How much money do you have?" Yada yada. We go through the things, and I told him one of the best things you can induce when you're Chaos Warriors MNG is a Chaos Warrior with guard. So he's got a loner Chaos Warrior with guard. It's a very sneaky mercenary.
Yep. But very good if you don't have a tackle piece on Chaos, and you're facing elves with some dodge. The Bestigor mercenary with tackle.
That's also
kind of nice too.
Another sneaky one you can do is if you're out strengthed a little bit, you can buy a Minotaur with claw.
Oh yes.
You can buy a Minotaur with tentacles against elves. There's a lot of mercenaries are better than the cheaper star players for Chaos.
And I think the mercenaries are often forgotten because they are so quickly just clicked away.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But you know another good one is you get dirty player on alignment for any team. That's another good mercenary. But like if you're missing a positional, and you have enough for a positional with a skill, consider something sneaky like a guard piece. Dwarves can do it too if they're ever down TV.
You know what I'm looking forward to here? Some chain pushes from your mentee. Because
he's been getting so good at them.
I really think you're drilling that into him.
Oh, I have. I've shown him the beauty of it. But I really like what he's doing now. He's getting aggressive. He's trying to go forwards, contest the ball, force the Chaos Dwarves to do something. Because every square you denny dwarves, whether it's Chaos or regular dwarves, makes it harder for them. A little less so for Chaos Dwarves. They got the Bull Centaurs and Hobgoblins, but it's a good principle to try and apply against dwarves.
As long as the ball is not on any of the Bull Centaurs, then you have a speed advantage most of the time. Because the Hobgoblins, they have movement 6 or 5.
I believe so.
6, yes.
Yeah, Hobbs have 6.
Then
Beastmen have 6.
Yep.
Warriors
Then
have
you're at least even with your movement. So getting in, forcing them to advance, get to you, and not getting overrun is the right choice.
The most important thing is that the dwarf blockers are only movement 4, and those are your primary cage pieces. So if you slow down the cage pieces, the ball handler can't get much further.
Yes.
Well, they can, but it'll be with a lot less protection. Getting through 2 centaurs is easier than getting through a 4 dwarf cage, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, here in this special case, both
Now,
centaurs
I think
have block.
Here's something I want to point out is this guard is so far away from the other guards. Like, that's okay, but you don't really want your Chaos Warriors behind the opponent because your Chaos Warriors are slow. You want your Chaos Warriors holding the middle of the field. You want them holding the enemy back while you have a goat or 2 behind.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That's true. But I don't think that it's that bad at this point in time.
I think if this warrior and this goat were swapped, it would be a much better.
Yeah, okay.
Or have this warrior where this goat is. But that was also a line of scrimmage goat.
The problem here is that your right defensive side is kind of weak at the moment.
Yep.
And even if your players are behind the opposing line, after he got some blocks in, it's quite hard to break this cage from these ankles you got here.
The main thing, we're going to bring out the drawing tool just a little bit, is a very important thing to note when you're trying to hold back the tide. If the middle falls, so like if the middle falls and the enemy can just walk through, the sides don't matter. Like the enemy walks past them, forms their own wall behind them to the side.
Yes.
They bring their ball carrier over here.
And I say it again, it's opponent. We're playing together against each other.
Yeah, that too.
Spot my ship.
But whereas another situation is, let's say that the middle holds. You hold the middle. Let's say you have a very strong grasp of these 5 squares. Your opponent has to go to the side around you. And when they go to the side, you can gain more control. Push them towards the sideline by maintaining a strong middle. Because then, if you have a strong middle, if they try to swap back, it's faster to respond to them because you have the middle. The middle is the most important place to maintain on defense. So if you're against Norse and they're up against the sideline, keep a couple strong players in the middle so that they try to switch back, you still have them there. And this is something that Amenti's done a few times, but I don't think I've quite worded it well or emphasized how important control of the middle is.
And here the
And
Chorf
somebody
player,
said it as well.
yeah, and here the Chorf player lets this opportunity you just emphasized on, lets it slip. He didn't use it because he builds his cage in the middle, but this cage is it could have been better. Most cages could have been better. Yes, you can argue that, but he made it more dangerous than it needed to be if he moved more to the right side of your mentee.
Now, I think he wasn't quite able to do that because Chorf blockers are slow. But I really like the double guard onto the naked goat.
Because then this happens. And you need to use a reroll to get through. Yes.
Which, ideally, Chorf just doesn't go down there, but that's you don't get what you want every time. But I don't think that cage positioning was bad. And especially, look at these Chaos Beastmen and Warriors. They're all behind the Dwarves.
And you don't have a sweeper to help out in the front.
Correct.
Very, very nice. Using the blitz to free up the ball carrier. It's something that gets forgotten. That it's always better to have a free ball to not dodge away, even if there's no tackle on the ball.
Absolutely. I think this is very good positioning overall. Very good turn ordering on the part of the Chorfs.
Yep. How much?
And yeah, just a little overcommitment, like somebody in chat said. A little overcommitment on the left side. And I think that your warrior was a little too deep. Because if the enemy ever gets past your warrior, and if your warrior's the furthest person up and the enemy gets past them, it's very hard for them to catch back up to the play.
At this point in time, yeah, right. Mark the ball carrier, and I think forcing the score is the best option you have at the moment. As the chaos.
I like this as well. I like this dodge. That was. I'm not sure if I would have be bold enough to dodge there, but it does make it harder to score. Until this centaur with break tackle comes and blitz off your beastman.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, but still he needs at least one GFI. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2. Right?
2 GFIs with sure feet and a reroll. It's not terrible at all. If the centaur didn't have sure feet, it's a lot riskier. Oh, that's I didn't even consider that one. That's also fine.
Oh, moving back, okay.
Moving back, putting it back inside all the dwarves you got, the centaurs you got. This is a very good position. Seems to be a very good minors coach.
Only the last block was a little bit greedy. It's not
I will
block
say
you need
another
to make,
thing. Another thing to try and do is when you have strength 4 guard pieces against dwarves, try to separate some of the dwarves from the rest of the dwarves. Because dwarves struggle when they're separated, and they especially struggle when they're against strength 4s. Like, I think in practice, orcs, chaos, are some of dwarves of both varieties' worst matchups.
Very, very nice blitz from your mentee there.
Oh yeah, I really like that.
Free ball with one tackle zone that needs to be blitzed away. two tackle zones that
I would consider that GFI right there.
You can try to pick it up, yes. But
I think I would have saved that action for slightly later in the turn and gone for the GFI pick.
in worst, and he had the reroll. No, yeah, he had the reroll. So yeah, then you can go for it. If he didn't have a reroll, just getting tackle zones on the ball is the better option, I think, because the 4+ pickup fail is dangerous just because it could scatter in a worse place.
And that's true. I think the problem with this, and this is something that the Dwarf player could have done, is they could have used their break tackle centaur to scatter the ball instead.
Yeah. Very.
Also, this is a very good chain push to clear up 2 tackle zones.
Sure hands works and dodge.
That was very well done
Justin?
by the Chaos Dwarves.
Ooh, I think following that one up would be better. Just to mark 2 players.
Basing the warrior, keeping him from giving the guard in the play.
You give the hit away through. You don't care about the hit.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would have been better. Because at best, the Chaos Warrior blocks you and gets both down, and is forced to stay on the dwarf. Best case scenario, the goat blocks you without block.
This scatter things.
I love silly scatters.
Try it again.
I think the most times I've seen a ball scattered to one person, it was like a tree scattering off of multiple players. Back to the tree, back to a player, back to the tree, back to a player, back to the tree. And eventually it ended up in some other player's hand, but it bounced off the tree like 4 times.
Why didn't the tree just catch it? I mean,
I know, the best thing is, the tree actually isn't a bad player to hold the ball, because he can throw it, actually.
Right. Ooh, 2 GFIs, okay.
Yeah. Solid play. 2 GFIs is a 70%-ish, without a reroll.
4. And if he didn't go for the GFIs, then the block goat could have reached in again.
Yep.
So, good choice. Even without a reroll, I think it's fine. Keeping the sure hands goblin off the field to keep it safe.
And the main thing about all that situation was, once the Chaos were against the dwarves in that position, there wasn't too much they could do besides hit the wall and hope it fell. The main thing is you had to prevent that situation by keeping hold of the middle and forcing the dwarves to try and spill over to one side. Because that's when you get the dwarves up against the sideline and they're not able to outrun you to the other side, you really have them in a knot, in a bind. So preventing that situation is the best way to deal with it. If you're in that position, I think that my mentee did pretty well, trying to recover the ball, trying to regain position. So I don't have much criticism or critique on that.
Did you go over 2 turns with your mentee?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, because he just decided that he didn't want to try it here.
Oh yeah, Chaos 2 turns are very hard.
Yeah, he just has movement 6, no movement ups at the moment.
What we've gone over it before. I've sent him some images. It's been a while though. What you can do to attempt a 2-turner here is bring all your units to one side, hope the ball lands favorably, and go for a touchdown by.
Yep.
Let's bring out the drawing tool. I have it for a reason. So, bring your line of scrimmage here. Bring an extra player here. Here. Now, move it right here. Another one right here. And you're really just going to kind of come up, base, base, base. Bring someone that way. And bring a scoring threat as well.
Yep.
And you try to screen off people that are fast enough to score. And you kind of just have to hope it works at some point. Like it's not easy. It's not likely. But the old saying, if you have a scoring threat, you might score. If you don't have a scoring threat, you can't score.
And
same old song.
In my opinion, the Chaos Dwarfs, because they are slow, they are a very good, you could say, training target to try a 2-turn.
I'd agree.
At least in my opinion. Because even if you make a mistake, maybe not screen correctly or something, you could still look it up later and see, okay, I made this and this mistake, and the Dwarfs got through to me. And you don't want the Dwarfs to get through to you, right? And when even the Dwarfs can get through to you, then Elf teams can get through to you. Then another Bash team can through to you, right?
Well, they also have a break tackle Centaur, so it's not the best target to practice against. And also, elves are hard to break through. Oh, not elves. Dwarves are hard to break through, to a certain extent. Oh, another... My Menti has lost so many block pieces so far. It's very upsetting. That's another dead today. That's the third one.
Why are we doing this to ourselves?
That's a 1 in 36 to happen. That's a 1 in 36. It's just upsetting. People only ever want reviews when their players die, I tell you. How could I have done better? Roll better dice, damn it.
It's so easy. It's so easy.
No, I know. I actually had a very big blunder in one of my games recently. Didn't result in death, but it was just I relied on a scatter when a 1 in 9 dodge was just objectively better.
Huh.
So I scattered the ball, and there was like one square it could be good in, and it went there, and I caught it. So like against all odds and my own decision making, I scored.
Well, if it works, you could say. And
no, it was objectively bad. I had somebody in chat help me out after the game because they pointed out that after the play that it was objectively a terrible play. I was like, yeah, it was.
Now that you say it, yeah, it was. Nah. Well, if you know,
I don't think that first half was poorly played. I think the injuries are unfortunate. The send-off was unfortunate.
That's the thing in this matchup. It's pretty much an attrition matchup. Whoever team gets more and faster removals will have the upper hand.
Quite frankly, this Chaos team just needs a Mighty Blowing a Claw player.
Oh, yeah, well.
This team needs a can opener so badly because it's losing every Bash matchup just from lack of development. But it's hard to get that development because it doesn't have that development yet. It's an annoying reality.
And that's why it's like my mentor told me, you get at least one Mighty Blow on a warrior before you get all guard on a warrior.
And I agree.
Give them a chance to get those removals to get more development.
I agree.
The guard is objectively to win games better, but the Mighty Blow is better to get this development.
And where this team was designed for league play, it actually occurred. The guard, both of these warriors got their 3rd level. They got to level 3. the game before playoffs, or the game that a couple games before deciding who would go to playoffs. And he said, "What should I take?" And I said, "Well, if you want them to develop faster, you give them both Mighty Blow. If you want to be equally balanced, you go one Mighty Blow, one Guard. If you want to try as hard as possible in XYZ matchups that you have coming up and try to get to playoffs, go double Guard."
Yeah.
But it's a very personal decision, and I'll leave it up. It's really just depends on what you're trying to do. So he wanted to try to get to playoffs, so he went double Guard, and it just didn't pan out this time.
Yep. But I totally understand that the train of thought when you say, "I want to go Guard because I want to win games," and Guard is the better skill to win games,
And especially for the matchups he had coming up. So it was a league play decision that caused him to take double Guard. But normally I would 100% agree with you. Take a Mighty Blow first.
Yep.
That's just not how it panned out.
That's why I lost most of the games in my minus season, because I didn't have Guard. I was outguarded by Amazons. Yes, Camry.
Been there.
It's so. Ugh.
To be fair,
Well,
Amazons are really good at scoring in low TV.
Yeah.
So they get the guard on their blitzers way faster than you would.
Yeah. But I didn't play that good, to be fair. So
This is solid.
I can only blame myself.
Solid defense by the Jorfs.
But I don't think the pass attempt was that good of a choice.
Yeah, I don't think the pass
To be
was
fair,
worthwhile. Well, actually,
even
was it
even
on
if-
Teddy?
No. Teddy had his pass on turn 8.
Oh,
Turn 8 to
okay, yeah,
get
you're
the
right. You're right.
vanity. This was to move up the field, but then again, the Beastman who would have caught the pass would have been singled out.
Now,
So
this right here,
or the warrior, or anything.
caging up back in your own half gives up a lot of potential of even getting down the field. But in this situation, you're kind of forced to, or you lose the ball.
Yeah, but now
But
the Chaos
I'm
Dwarfs can
not
just
quite
pile
sure
in.
how I would get out of this situation. Like, I'm looking at this as a Chaos coach. I've been against this sort of team in a similar situation, and honestly, basically, you have to cage up this turn, so that next turn you can try some sort of blitz trying to get to the sideline, have a sideline cage, double screen sort of shenanigans. This is a very hard game.
You can't get away from all the dwarfs with just one movement, because some of them are on the left, some of them are on the right. You will always have some of them around you, and even the ball centaurs are split up, so they can surround you from each side wherever they want.
Yeah.
And
The only thing you can really do in this situation, you have to race to one of the sidelines. That's all I can see. Try to slip past
Yep, and since the dwarf coach isn't hard forcing, so hard basing, you could is thinking, right?
yes.
You have the option to do just that.
You kind of have the option to do that,
But
But
it's not perfect.
even if you get to the sideline, you're going to be based in front. Like, you're just trying to buy time to slip a player past and go for the potato.
Yeah.
There's no favorable play. It's a find the right time to roll like 4 sets of dice and hope you get a tie.
Yeah.
Which,
But
you know,
it's
my
the thing
mentee
you can do
went
now.
to the sideline. He's got screens up. This is about the best you can do. I'm not disappointed in his play. Not one bit. My man's been playing. He's been playing Baby Chaos for like 15 games in a row.
That's just And the thing is, you can just hope
He's
for more
had
development
a
and then
death like
punch it up.
every game, and it's always a goat that just got blocked or something like that.
Yeah. And here again, he already appoed it and it was dead again. Maybe it was strength down. We don't know that, but you don't keep a strength down goat, then you can take the death.
No, he rolled
Right.
dead into dead.
Well, if the apple says the goat gets a strength down, then you can just say okay, it's dead either
No,
way.
but on the casualty dice, a 6 is dead, and the extra dice you roll for that doesn't matter. He rolled a 6 into a 6 on the Apo.
Ah, okay.
So that's dead into
Okay.
dead. The Witch Elf rolled a 6 into a 5 plus something else. 5s are all perms. So the Witch Elf probably got like an agility down or a strength down and just picked the death, and that's what happened there.
No. I didn't even look that far into it, I have to say.
Yeah.
Um,
I was just letting you know in case you were
Yeah.
unaware and or interested.
Interested? Yes. Unaware? Yes.
Fair.
Man, it's so nice casting with you again. You're casting in how do you this?
I always feel like a trivia master when I'm casting with you. You're always impressed by the knowledge I present. And it's
Yep.
like, yes, I've copied this
Well-
from 20 other people.
Well, I'm not watching that many streams or in the Discord. I'm not that active. I'm just reading some stuff, looking what's interesting, and whenever I'm casting with you or like commenting on games now with you, it's more like I'm getting more out of it because I'm more invested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More interactive.
Yeah.
And,
Right.
you know, these last couple turns, same as before. Chores are in a very favorable position. There's not much that the Chaos can do. You're just looking for some sort of opportunity to potato. You're down a
Right.
million players. You're down to one reroll. You're not out of your own side of the pitch yet. There's not much you can do at this point in the game. You have to do your best to prevent this situation, which I don't think there was much opportunity to do this game.
No, there wasn't. Was when you get this many injuries and chaos and even the standoff even, and you're down that many players against another bash team, but you need to win the bash game to be able to go through them, then it's just that what happens. You can't only hope for them to make a mistake and let you run away. Because you're a little bit faster. Not that much faster, but a little bit. Oh.
Chores keeping up the
It-
pressure, keeping everyone based, all that good stuff.
Good blitz, good decision to do it with a bull centaur. Or, well, was the only one who could do it.
And that's a good foul setup as well.
Yep. Sadly for your mentee, it's not on the loner.
The loner's going to be out of the plays for the rest of the game, so I don't think that matters. Well, you know, my mentee is developing a scoring threat. No, actually, GFI, because if he doesn't GFI, he's not in scoring range, I think.
Yep. Even with the GFI.
No, he
Barely?
was in scoring range without a GFI.
Has he 6 movement?
He has 5 plus 2 GFI.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
So you shouldn't take the GFI on this turn.
But you need to take the GFI sooner or later. He decided for sooner.
When you only have one reroll, it doesn't matter. If you had 2 rerolls, you go for 1 GFI and stay. But with 1 reroll, it doesn't matter if you take that GFI this turn or next turn. It's kind of the logic there.
Yeah, that's true.
But again, that's like setting up your best potato odds is really min-maxy at times. But, having the standing player is better than having him on the ground.
There is a world where it just works and you score and all is good. And there's this world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, setting up only one goat so that you don't give away too many punches.
Yeah, I didn't mind that.
Don't make the pickup that easy. That's good. And the hand of
And,
Tails.
in division play, in league division play, giving up less points has an impact on standings.
Yes.
So I think it's worthwhile if that's something you consider important for your season.
Yes, I'm totally behind that decision, just picking up this one goat and not giving up more blocks to maybe lose another player. That's not what you want here.
Yeah, I don't think that was poorly played. I think there was a little bit of really the beginning positioning against the Chorfs. I think I should go over with him some bash stuff and defending against bash and strengthening the middle, that sort of thing. But I don't think he's gotten a lot better over the course of a season and into this season. I think he's doing well.
Well, there were no real wrong plays.
There was no giant error. There was no, oh, you don't understand chain push. Oh, you don't understand block dice. Oh, you don't understand. None of that. He's gained a very solid grasp of the fundamentals. And I think that the only thing really holding back his play is his team won't develop or live. All his goats keep dying and that sort of thing.
Oh, that's not where we wanted to be.
What were you saying?
Okay. Well, it's only me who sees your Discord.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking,
I was seeing if there was anybody from Rebbl hosting anything. Because I'm about to wrap up. I'm getting exhausted. I had a great time, though, casting all this with you.
I'm glad I could help out.
Oh, I'm glad you popped in. I'm glad I had a great time.
Yep.
But I see somebody with a Rebbl tag. Start up a raid. Oh, John's in the chat. My minor's experience has been the opposite of the college experience in terms of development. That's fair.
Both my seasons were bad, so it goes only up.
We can hope.
At least I hope.
But I'm gonna close down the stream. Send everybody on a raid.
Yep. Thank you,
have a good night.
Thank you very much for having me. Have a good night.
We are off.